The thoughts of the House today are with the victims and their families, and with the emergency services, London's NHS and the staff of TfL, who responded so bravely to the events on that day. I think we will all remember where we were when that horrific news came through. Order, order. We start with questions. Secretary of State, the Home Department, Jess Brown-Fuller.
Question number 1, Mr Speaker.
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I join you in remembering the 52 people who never came home that terrible day, as we remember in the 20th anniversary of the 7/7 London terrorist attacks, and remember too all of those whose lives were changed that day, and I will say more at topicals on this matter. Mr Speaker, with permission, I will group this with question 10. The Government is rebuilding neighbourhood policing after it was decimated under the previous government. And this year we are putting 3,000 more neighbourhood police and PCSOs back on the beat, backed by £200 million additional funding and detailed plans drawn up by police forces for increased patrols in town centres this summer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Special constables play a vital role in visible community policing, but the number of specials dropped between 23 and 24 by over 700, losing 1 in 4 in the same period in my constituency of Chichester, which is represented by Sussex Police. So will the Home Secretary consider practical incentives such as council tax relief or free local travel, like those in the Met Police currently have, to support recruitment and retention of those specials?
Can I welcome the honourable member's point about specials? They play an extremely important role, and in fact the drop in the number of specials across the country in previous years before the one she refers to was actually even more steep. I'm pleased that Sussex Police are getting not just 43 additional neighbourhood police officers but also a further 21 specials into neighbourhood teams this year, and we will continue to look at what more we can do to increase support for specials and get more on the beat.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I joined Police and our Police and Crime Commissioner Clive Gunshaw under the iconic Blackpool Tower to launch the Safer Streets Summer Initiative in Blackpool. This has now also coincided with delivering the guarantee that every community now in Blackpool will have a named police officer and PCSO, which has been welcomed, I know, from across the community. So can the Home Secretary confirm that my constituents will soon see more visible policing, regular foot patrols in our town centre, and crucially start to feel safer and more confident on the streets of Blackpool?
My honourable friend is right, and he and I, in fact, talked to shop owners managers in his constituency about the importance of tackling town centre crime. It's why Lancashire Police are getting an additional 83 police officers and PCSOs into neighbourhood teams this year. I strongly welcome the work that they are doing as part of the government's Summer Safer Streets initiative to tackle that shop theft and that street assaults that can make so much difference if we tackle those to keep people safe.
Dame Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And can I associate myself and my committee with your words earlier regarding the 20th anniversary today? One of the effective tools in community policing and neighbourhood policing is live facial recognition technology. We know that's being used effectively by the Metropolitan Police, but other police forces are nervous because of the statutory underpinning that they don't believe is there. Can the Home Secretary give some reassurance as to what the government will do to make sure this can be used effectively?
Well, the committee chair is right that live facial recognition can play a really important role. My honourable friend, the policing minister, as a result, has been meeting with not just police forces but other organisations on how we need to ensure we can draw up that new framework to give all police forces the confidence to use facial recognition in the best way to keep communities safe.
Weston.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We need good community policing, but we need good senior leadership teams in our forces. A recent review done on Warwickshire Police showed that leadership and the force management needs improvement, and its response times to public were inadequate. Could I ask the Home Secretary to look into Warwickshire Police?
Well, my honourable friend makes an important point. We do want to see standards raised across policing and across all police forces. It's why the Police Reform White Paper will set out new measures to improve performance management across all police forces. And Warwickshire is getting an additional 22 police officers and PCSOs and specials onto the streets.
Minister McVickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join you in marking the anniversary of the 7/7 London bombings? Our thoughts are with the victims and families and all those who did all they could to help those in need. Yesterday, Met Police Chief Commissioner Sir Mark Rowley called the spending review disappointing, highlighting how he is being forced to cut 1,700 officers and staff. Policing may not be a priority for this Labour government, but the last government put a record number of police on our streets. Will the Home Secretary commit to keeping total police officer numbers above 147,746 as it was under the last government? Yes or no?
Well, unfortunately, the trouble is with the party opposite that actually they didn't put police on the streets. They may have tried to reverse the massive cuts that they made to policing after 2010, but they didn't put them on the streets. And so neighbourhood policing was slashed under the Conservatives, and some areas saw neighbourhood policing halve as a result. I am glad to say that the Metropolitan Police this year will put 470 additional neighbourhood police on the streets as a result of the support they've been given.
That was a failure to commit to that total number, I think, there. During the Crime and Policing Bill, we asked the government to stop our police having to investigate playground squabbles and hurty words online as non-crime hate incidents. But now senior police officers are joining the call. Merseyside Chief Constable Serena Kennedy has said non-crime hate incidents are having a disproportionate impact on trust and confidence in policing. Realising that U-turns are quite fashionable on that side of the House, will the Home Secretary now finally scrap non-crime hate incidents and save 60,000 hours of police time?
Yeah.
Well, I should point out to him that police forces are following the guidance that the Shadow Home Secretary drew up on this issue. We have a review being done under the College of Policing at the moment, but he refers to the Crime and Policing Bill that is introducing new measures on stalking, on spiking, on respect orders, on e-bikes, on off-road bikes, on a whole series of different things that, sadly, the Conservatives voted against. So much for caring about tackling crime.
Lisa Smart, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Mr. Speaker, the best community policing is embedded within communities, responding to the needs of those communities. Whether it's attacks on Jewish-owned businesses or hateful chants at music festivals, there are too many sobering reminders of the reality of the anti-Semitism that too many within the Jewish community are facing across the UK right now. Home Office figures have showed that religious hate crimes are at record highs and that hate crimes specifically targeting Jewish people have more than doubled. Everyone deserves to feel safe in our society, and that must include British Jewish communities. So, Mr. Speaker, what steps is the Home Secretary taking to ensure that police have the training and the resources needed to effectively tackle anti-Semitic hate crimes while supporting survivors?
Well, the honourable member is right to highlight the appalling increase in anti-Semitism, in anti-Semitic hate crimes and assaults that we saw that took place after the events in the Middle East. And she will know too that we work very closely with the Community Security Trust and the police work very closely with them in order to tackle anti-Semitism, and we're also introducing new measures to deal with intimidating protests outside synagogues.
Number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
I know my honourable friend speaks with a great deal of experience in health matters, and discussions between ministerial colleagues about how we can best join up public services happen regularly. We know that joined up working results in better outcomes at local level. Collaboration and engagement between neighbourhood policing and neighbourhood health teams already exists to tackle mental health, drug and alcohol addiction, and I hope that this government's investment in neighbourhood policing will enable more of this work to continue.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Evidence shows that integrating policing and health is vital in delivering better outcomes in areas like mental health, substance misuse and youth violence, areas we need to address in my city of York. So with both police and health realigning into neighbourhood teams, will she ensure that there is reach across the services with a named lead police officer to develop prevention and early intervention strategies, diverting those at risk through harm reduction approaches, including treatment and support?
With the recently launched 10-year health plan, it's moving away from those siloed services and towards a more joined-up approach, including the preventative model of care, something that aligns very much with policing and keeping people safe and supporting well-being. And I welcome the opportunity to contribute to the National Neighbourhood Health Implementation Programme and ensure that policing is part of that conversation from the outset. And by working more closely with health and care partners, we can reduce inappropriate demand on policing. Officers should not be left to pick up the pieces when other support services are better placed to help. And this is about getting it right first time and that tailored support first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Policing Minister for visiting Northallerton this year and hearing directly from my farming constituents about the impact on their lives and health from livestock and equipment crime. Now, I'm grateful to North Yorkshire Police for all their hard work and indeed the recent funding uplift for the National Rural Crime Unit, but does she agree with me about the importance of implementing the Equipment Theft Prevention Act and more broadly ensure that rural areas get the attention that they deserve?
Well, can I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for that question? And it was a pleasure to meet his constituents. I think it was way back in February. It was a very cold day in North Yorkshire. And I fully recognise what the Right Honourable Gentleman says about the mental health and well-being of some of the challenges facing rural communities in terms of crime. And that's why the Neighbourhood Policing Guarantee is so important for areas like the one that the Right Honourable Gentleman represents. And of course, as I've said a number of times in this House, we support the implementation of the Equipment Theft Act, and we plan to bring forward regulations shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 4.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government recognises and values the contribution that NHS staff make to our country. That is why, under the earned settlement proposals in the Immigration White Paper, we have made it clear that individuals will be able to reduce the standard 10-year period based on their contributions to the UK economy and society, and we will consult on detailed proposals later this year. These are important changes. We recognise how important this is, and we will listen to what people tell us in that consultation. An impact assessment will be developed alongside any finalised policy.
Jim Farrell. Oh, sorry, Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been contacted by constituents working in health and social care in Truro and Falmouth who are concerned about the proposed changes to the standard qualifying period. Dr Mohammed Abdalazim works as a doctor at Royal Cornwall Hospital Trust and hasn't quite completed the 5-year eligibility period. He says the policy will directly and severely impact him and hundreds of other frontline workers, and that 10 years is a very long time to live on a visa without the security that citizenship would provide. Will the proposed increase to the eligibility period to 10 years impact my constituents retrospectively, and then will they be able to maybe reduce that period based on those contributions that the Minister was talking about?
I thank my honourable friend for her question, and I understand the concerns her constituents have raised about the impact of the proposals, which are important changes, and it is why we will be consulting on those proposals and be laying out more details later in the year, including on any transitional arrangements. We understand the importance of clarity and fairness for those already contributing to public services, and we will provide further details in due course.
The Minister talks about concerns raised by her honourable friend's constituents. They're concerns created by this government, by not valuing people from different parts of the world that serve in our National Health Service and our social care system in Cumbria and elsewhere. So we should be much clearer about providing clarity that this will not be retrospective to people who underpin our health service in Cumbria and across the country. And we should be mindful of the impact on our health service if she goes ahead with decisions, which at the moment it looks like the government's going to, which will hugely undermine the flow of workers to come and support and keep us all well.
May I gently just disagree with the honourable gentleman on what he said, because we do recognise the vital contribution of overseas NHS workers, and we have not yet defined what contributions will reduce the length to settlement. But the proposed changes are subject to consultation. But in addition, we are committed to ensuring the NHS remains supported while reducing long-term reliance on migration.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Renters' Right Bill will allow individuals to end joint tenancies supporting domestic abuse victims to leave their abuser if they share a home. The Ministry of Housing and Communities and Local Government announced a £30 million increase to domestic abuse safe accommodation grant, raising the total funding in 2025 to 2026 to £160 million.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. My constituent Molly is trapped in the house where she was violently attacked in front of her children. She's confined to living upstairs because going into the room downstairs triggers her PTSD. Despite the perpetrator of this abuse being rightfully in prison and having a restraining order of 5 years, her landlord has told Molly that they can't take him off the lease, so she can't move. Can the Minister confirm that the government's taking steps to ensure that victims of domestic abuse like Molly can move on with their lives?
I thank my honourable friend for raising the case of Molly, and our hearts go out to her and her children for the trauma that they are living with. There are many issues which her case raises: the need for early intervention in domestic abuse cases, the need to improve therapeutic support for victims, and, as my honourable friend says, the desperate need for reform of the rules around property rights in cases of economic and domestic abuse, so women are not trapped. I can't give her immediate answers on all of those issues today, but I can promise that they will all be included in our upcoming strategy on violence against women and girls.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst I have every sympathy with Molly and the millions of women who experience domestic abuse, according to Mankind Initiative, 1 in 5 men are also victims of domestic abuse. And in the case of my constituents Mark and Adam, they are victims of serial female abusers who not only abuse in psychological, physical and financial abuse, but sexual as well. What is being done to make sure that there is space for men in refuges and training for police to make sure that they believe these men, who are often burly chaps that have been in the army, and people just simply don't believe that they've been victims, and that only compounds the problems that they face?
I thank the honourable lady, and whilst we often refer to it as violence against women and girls, it refers to a group of crimes that is majoritively suffered at the hands of men by women, but of course includes men as victims from both other men and women. So to her point, to the £30 million extra funding that was that I spoke about in the answer to the substantive question, that is for councils to provide accommodation in cases of domestic abuse under Part 4 of the Domestic Abuse Act, and local areas should be looking at the needs in their areas and acting accordingly.
Damon Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 6.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, fraud is the most commonly experienced crime in our country, and this government will publish a new strategy to protect consumers and businesses later this year. Before that, our crime and policing bill will introduce a new measure to fight fraud, including a ban on the use of SIM farms, and I hope members opposite will support these measures.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, crime, as he says, is the largest volume category of crime. It was also coming down under the last government, and then the last full year it went up again dramatically. Now, the Online Safety Act is a landmark reform, but criminals will always seek new channels. So what will the Minister do in his new fraud plan to address that displaced fraud, including delivered by advertising on websites not covered by the Act?
Speaker, I'm genuinely grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for raising this important issue again. He's right. Fraud accounts for over 43% of all offences recorded by the Crime Survey for England and Wales. Tackling fraud relies on collaboration between law enforcement, industry and government departments. That means everyone playing their part, and we continue to urge the tech and social media companies to take stronger action to stop consumers being defrauded when using their sites.
Charlie Jones.
Question number 7.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will group question 7 with question 15. At their peak under the previous government, there were 400 hotels in use across the country at a cost of £9 million a day, and thousands of asylum seekers were left in limbo in those hotels as decision-making collapsed. That was the chaos which this government inherited a year ago, but we've taken action to restore order. We're cutting the overall cost of asylum accommodation, and we are committed to end the use of these hotels entirely by the end of this Parliament.
Charlie Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People are rightly concerned by reports that the Home Office is now buying hotels to house asylum seekers. This appears to be completely at odds with the government's manifesto pledge to end the use of hotels. So can the Home Secretary or her Minister confirm to the House today that these reports are true or not true? And can she reassure my constituents in Bridlington and the Wolds that there are no plans to house illegal migrants in facilities in our local area?
Well, the Home Office is not buying hotels, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And as for the honourable gentleman's constituency, there are currently 61 service users housed in his area, which is under 15% of the quota, and there are 0 hotels.
Joe Roberts.
Mr. Speaker, the government may not be buying hotels, but it's filling them up with asylum seekers. The number's gone up in the last year, not down, yet the government says it's going to reduce them to 0 by the end of this Parliament. Can the Minister confirm, is the commitment to end the use of asylum hotels by the end of this Parliament a guaranteed pledge on which we can judge its success or failure? Yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, by March this year, 15% fewer people were in hotel accommodation than at the end of 2024. We're saving money on the chaos that we inherited from them, and we have announced that we will end the use of hotels by the end of this Parliament.
Melanie on.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Are private rented family homes in socially and economically deprived areas the right place for asylum seekers to be housed? Are community impacts of those placements being monitored, ready to inform policy if necessary?
I can assure my honourable friend that we keep all of these issues under close monitoring, and we are doing our best to ensure that individual areas take their fair share of the burden when it comes to looking after those people who are in our asylum system. But just to reassure her, we've speeded up asylum decision making. We're getting the system that we inherited, which was paralysed, going again so that we can deal with this issue as quickly as possible.
On the next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Labour government inherited a situation from the Conservatives where we were spending almost £9 million every single day on asylum hotels, including the Crew Arms Hotel in my constituency. So can the Minister set out what steps she is taking to bring down those costs, as well as speeding up decision-making so we can reopen the Crew Arms as a hotel?
We are as anxious as my honourable friend is to end the use of asylum hotels, but the backlogs we inherited from the party opposite and the time it was taking, because decision making had collapsed by 70% in the last 3 months of that government, has made it harder than we thought at the beginning to empty hotels. However, we have speeded up. There's been a 116% increase in initial decisions, asylum decisions. We are speeding the system up. We are getting people through the system, and we will close all asylum hotels by the end of this Parliament.
Secretary of State Crystal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would just gently remind the Minister the number of immigrants in asylum hotels has actually gone up since the general election. Now, I recently visited an asylum hotel and saw bikes from Deliveroo, Just Eat and Uber Eats in the hotel compound. Local eyewitnesses confirmed that the illegal immigrants in the hotel had been illegally working. This creates a pull factor because people smugglers actively market illegal working opportunities, and of course it creates risk for women and girls who might receive deliveries late at night from these undocumented illegal immigrants. So will she at least commit now to preventing this illegal working taking place from the hotels that she runs?
Mr. Speaker, we've had a 50% increase in raids and arrests on illegal working since we came into government, so perhaps he should have spent more time when he was in government in enforcing the rules on illegal working, and we are doing more, including extending the law against illegal working to the gig economy, which is in the Border Security Bill, which he voted against.
Lisa Smart, Liberal Democrats.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Enabling new refugees to properly prepare for life in the UK will be key to reducing the need for asylum accommodation. In my own Hazel Grove constituency, we've seen that extending the move-on period not only gives new refugees much-needed time to make those preparations, but also protecting other public bodies, such as the local authority, from being left to pick up the cost. So it was really welcome news last December when the government decided to trial a longer move-on period for 6 months. But that 6 months has now come and gone, and despite numerous requests for an answer, the government has provided no certainty on whether the trial will be extended. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister provide clarity on that today?
As it happens, Mr. Speaker, I can. We've extended that move-on trial to the end of the year.
Ms. Logan.
Question number 9, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. The seasonal worker route is designed to support the horticulture and poultry sectors, both of which have short-term seasonal production peaks. And I have discussed these issues on my visit, indeed, to Peterhead Fish Market in February with the Scottish Minister. There is not the same evidence of seasonal patterns within the fish processing sector, which would require significant but short-term increases in labour. But I'm always happy to discuss these matters with colleagues in this House.
Ms. Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I follow up on that, I'd just like to acknowledge the passing of the giant of our movement, Mr. Alex Sim from Peterhead, whose funeral is taking place at the moment. Now, on Wednesday, the 5th of March, the Prime Minister told me from the dispatch box in answer to a question about the fishing industry in my constituency that, and I quote, "we want to tackle the problem of labour shortages." It's not just fishing. Last week, Murray Chamber of Commerce told me of hospitality sector business closures, in some cases related to their inability to recruit key staff. So can the Minister tell me of the progress in this vital area? She's mentioned discussions with the Scottish Government, but when will we be informed of sector-specific progress so that these industries who are crying out for help get it?
I thank the honourable gentleman, and he will know this is an issue on which we work closely with DEFRA also, and we must also focus on addressing the underlying causes of recruitment problems. And we do appreciate the situation that some of our fishing communities do find themselves in these in relation to the workforce challenges. But he will be, I hope, supportive of the fact that through our new labour market evidence group, we will be engaging with devolved governments through gathering and sharing of data and evidence on the state of the workforce, on training levels, on participation by all parts of the domestic labour market, so that we have an immigration system that is well informed and works for the whole of the United Kingdom.
Ms. Curtis.
Question number 11, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government is firmly committed to supporting members of the Hong Kong community in the United Kingdom and those who may come here in future. The new rules on earned settlement will be subject to consultation. Following the consultation, we will outline how the new rules will operate, including which immigration routes they will affect and when those changes will come in.
Ms. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents came to the UK from Hong Kong under the BNO visa scheme in search of safety, freedom and opportunity. And they have shared with me their concerns about how the uncertainty, the changes to the visa system might affect their future here. So can the Minister therefore provide reassurance that those on a BNO visa in Milton Keynes and across the country will continue to have security, stability and a clear route to permanent settlement?
Mr Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for that question. I know that he is a strong and a powerful advocate for members of the Hong Kong community in his constituency and across the UK. We recognise the concerns and we are taking steps to ensure that BNO visa holders have the opportunity to share their views during the consultation on the new earned settlement and citizenship rules. Following the consultation, the government will outline how the new rules will operate, including which immigration routes that they will affect. And given the ambitious nature of these proposals, it is essential that we fully understand their impact on all affected groups before making any final decisions. In the meantime, the current rules for settlement under the BNO route will continue to apply.
Haley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Will the Secretary of State clear up once and for all further confusion around the proposed changes to the settlement period from 5 to 10 years and confirm for the British national overseas visa holders living in my constituency whether these changes will be applied retrospectively or only prospectively, and therefore confirm that those already building their lives in the UK and working in important sectors in my constituency will not see their pathway to settlement unfairly changed mid-journey?
I thank the honourable member for her question, and indeed the BNO route reflects the UK's historic and moral commitment to the people of Hong Kong who chose to retain their ties to the UK by taking up BNO status. As I have outlined, we will be having the consultation in which we will ensure that the BNO visa holders have the opportunity to share their views during that consultation, and we will listen to those views very closely.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question number 12, please.
Secretary.
Mr Speaker, the Government is introducing a neighbourhood policing guarantee, which means that from the end of this month, all communities will have named and contactable officers, and we are expanding neighbourhood policing, including 176 new neighbourhood officers in Greater Manchester Police this year, covering the Lee and Atherton constituency. Thank you, Mr Speaker. So, as a proud co-op member, I commend the long-standing campaign for better protections for retail workers, and also USDOR's National Retail Workers' Day just this weekend highlights the essential role retail plays in all of our communities. So will the Minister join me in thanking retail workers in Lee and Atherton and the UK, and will she commit to strong, visible neighbourhood policing in our towns, which is crucial to protecting them from abuse, to ensure that workers can work safely on the front line? I will certainly join my honourable friend in thanking the shop workers in her constituency and right across the country. Shop workers who were very often on the front line during the COVID pandemic, and also who sadly saw during that period and since then a disgraceful increase in assaults and abuse. We cannot stand for that. That is why not only are we introducing stronger neighbourhood policing, particularly in town centres, we're also bringing in the new law on assaults against shop workers as part of the Crime and Policing Bill. What a shame the party opposite voted against.
John Lamb.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question number 14.
Minister.
As the honourable member will be aware, child protection and policing are devolved to the Scottish Government. We regularly engage with them on a range of issues, and this has included the National Inquiry into Group-Based Child Sexual Exploitation and Abuse announced by the Government. On the 26th of June, officials met to discuss the Government's approach to the National Inquiry, its remit and expectation that relevant findings and lessons learned would be shared with the devolved administrations, and we will continue to discuss this with Scottish counterparts to ensure a comprehensive UK-wide response.
Senior Scottish advocate Sandra Brown has said grooming gangs could be operating in every town and city in Scotland. This is a scandal that affects the whole of the United Kingdom. So when will the Government extend the grooming gangs inquiry into Scotland? Surely all victims across all parts of the United Kingdom deserve justice.
Of course, I agree with the honourable gentleman, and that is why he should take that issue up with the Scottish Government as it is devolved. And as I have said, we will make sure that all learning is passed up into the devolved administration.
Victor Lamb, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend's comments relate to the question of whether this will indeed be a national inquiry rather than a coordination of a few local inquiries. All the victims and survivors deserve justice. So can the Minister please confirm for us today that every town and city with a grooming and rape gang will be part of the inquiry, including and especially where local authorities may not wish to be?
To the honourable lady's question, whether a local authority wishes to or not is not up for debate. The inquiry will be decided by the chair of the inquiry, as would happen in a statutory independent inquiry, and that work will go on. And what I would say is that what we have to make sure of when we have inquiries is that we actually live by the recommendations of those inquiries, and that is why I asked the honourable lady why she voted against mandatory reporting and grooming as an aggravated factor, which were recommendations from the last inquiry when she was asked to vote for them.
Question 16.
From Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, small boats undermine border security and put lives at risk. The criminal gangs have adapted their tactics to exploit French rules that prevent the authorities intervening in French waters. The French Minister of the Interior and I agree that this needs to change. He has instigated a major maritime review to change tactics and operations, and we want to see these changes in place as soon as possible.
Julian.
I agree with the Home Secretary that that would be a major step forward. Does she agree with me that on average, well over 1,000 people have been crossing the Channel each week this year, and that there is no way that any form of court procedures can keep pace with that? So does she therefore agree that nothing other than either prevention, as she's described, or interception, or, as a last resort, detention and return can possibly be successful?
Well, I do agree with him that we need the stronger action to prevent the boat crossings in the first place. That is why we are working closely with France, both on strengthening the law enforcement, with a new law enforcement and investigations unit set up in Dunkirk, and also on the issues around maritime tactics, because we need those interventions as well in French waters to prevent boat crossings in the first place.
Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The small boats crisis is one of the single biggest issues that my constituents raise with me. And while the government has made progress on returns, it is the case that crossings are still happening. So what assurances can the Home Secretary give my constituents that these gangs will be dismantled and that these crossings will stop?
Well, my honourable friend is right to refer both to returns, where we have increased the returns of failed asylum seekers by more than 20% since the election, and also to refer to the action against the criminal gangs that operate. And it is why, because we know that there are particularly Iraqi Kurdish gangs operating in northern France, we have a new agreement in place between ourselves, the French government, and also the Iraqi government and Kurdistan regional government to pursue those gangs.
Richard Baker.
Mr. Speaker, question number 17.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will group this response with question 25. The government is determined to crack down on antisocial behaviour, and tackling antisocial behaviour is a central theme of our Safer Streets Summer initiative, which is currently underway in over 500 towns. And our Crime and Policing Bill provides policing with a suite of new powers to tackle antisocial behaviour, including respect orders, to get persistent offenders out of town centres, and stronger powers to seize dangerous and deafening off-road bikes, measures that I will remind the House again that the Conservative Party voted against recently.
Richard Baker.
Thank you. With increasing incidents of antisocial behaviour and falling police numbers in Scotland, will the Minister assure me she'll share learning from the Safer Streets initiative with SNP ministers as it's rolled out to encourage them to raise their game on this issue? And will she also join me and with Police Scotland and Fife in praising Kingdom Off-Road Motorcycle Club in my constituency, who has such success in running activities which divert young people from antisocial behaviour?
Well, of course, I think it will be very helpful to learn the lessons that we will find over the summer with our initiative and our blitz on town centres. And I'm sure I'm very willing to share that with SNP ministers. I think that would be very helpful in light of what my honourable friend said about the problems that they're facing in Scotland. And of course, I would welcome and commend the work that goes on in my honourable friend's constituency, working with young people.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have exciting plans for Gateshead Town Centre, but more work to do on antisocial behaviour. Northumbria Police's Operation Shield brought down antisocial behaviour significantly, but more powers and more officers are needed. So what is the government doing to ensure the police have both the powers and the resources to tackle persistent antisocial behaviour?
Well, can I first of all say that I'm very pleased to hear about the work that Northumbria is doing and Operation Shield. I think that's to be commended. And of course we want to work collectively with forces to focus on those town centres nationwide, while recognising that some town centres and areas in this country have more significant problems to address. We want to build on the existing data and the good practice and evidence to develop a model which can then be rolled out up and down the country.
Sarah Day.
Mr. Speaker, Glastonbury Town Centre has seen increasing rates of antisocial behaviour, shoplifting and crime. A local charity shop manager told me that residents and customers are too scared to walk down the high street, obviously then having a negative impact on the local economy. So will the Minister meet with me to discuss how effective community policing can be the solution to persistent issues that Glastonbury is facing?
Of course, I'm very happy to meet with the Honourable Lady, and this is why neighbourhood policing and the commitment that this government has made to the 13,000 additional police personnel over the course of this Parliament back into our town centres, into our communities, providing that reassurance that communities for far too long haven't had with the decimating of neighbourhood policing over previous years.
Shannon.
Can I thank the Minister very much for her answer? Minister, I know that you're all very, very aware of what we're doing in Northern Ireland. Community police officers are an important part of the policing that we have. They're important because they build up relationships over a period of maybe 12 months, 18 months, 2 years, therefore they become part of the community. So when it comes to sharing good ideas, and we have some good ideas, as the Minister has as well, would the Minister take the opportunity to discuss those ideas with the Policing Minister in Northern Ireland and also with the Chief Constable? Because I believe what we do was something I can help here as well. Thank you.
Of course, I'm very pleased to listen to and hear about the good ideas that are being rolled out in Northern Ireland, and I hope very much I might be able to visit in the near future and I will be able to see for myself some of that community policing in Northern Ireland.
Gavin Bell.
Thank you. Question number 19, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Department is taking robust action to respond to state threats. We continue to implement measures in the National Security Act, which includes launching the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme on the 1st of July. We've also announced the conclusion of the Transnational Repression Review, new police training and the establishment of a cross-Whitehall joint unit to tackle state threats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 20 years ago, after the horror of the 7/7 bombings, we joined up how we work on security threats of all kinds, creating an enduring multi-agency approach. Now, with the added challenge from far-right extremism and a rapidly mounting threat to Europe from Russian malign activity, we need to bolster our responses across borders as well as across our agencies. Will my honourable friend look at the concept of a joint UK-French National Security Council meeting to push this forward at Thursday's summit?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to him, and I'm sure that we will all be reflecting on where we were 20 years ago. He's right about the nature of the threat that we face today, and I think he makes a very good suggestion. As he will know, we work very closely with our French neighbours, and important conversations will be taking place against the backdrop of the state visit. But I'll consider more carefully the point he makes.
Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that terrorists and potential terrorists are coming on small boats across the English Channel. So why are the Border Force picking these people up and bringing them to the UK?
Well, I can say to the honourable gentleman that we are strengthening those checks, and we continually assess potential threats in the UK and ensure that we guard against them.
Johnny Reid.
20, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
My honourable friend will know that this government has set an unprecedented mission to halve knife crime over a decade, and we are determined to tackle the scourge of serious violence on our streets. This month we are running a major new surrender scheme for lethal weapons, including ninja swords, in hotspots across the country, alongside the new provisions in our crime and policing bill to crack down on the illegal sale of knives online. These measures will help to reduce the availability of dangerous knives on our streets and ensure that those who perpetrate these offences face the full force of the law.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 6 weeks ago, Caden Moy, a 16-year-old boy from East Kilbride in my constituency, was stabbed to death, leaving his family bereft and my community in grief. Since Caden's tragic death, I've received multiple videos and images of local youths posing and wielding machetes from their own homes, with the police claiming that they are powerless to take any action whatsoever. So does the Minister agree that much more needs to be done to stop the very real glamorisation of knife crime online and prevent social media companies and social media from being a breeding ground for youth violence?
Well, can I first of all express my condolences to Caden's family and friends. That's just appalling to hear. And absolutely, my honourable friend is right about the role that social media can play in glamorising these types of weapons. And that's why it's so important that we have measures within the Crime and Policing Bill, within the Online Safety Act as well, to start to tackle some of this. But absolutely appalling.
Number 21, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Sorry, it's me again, Mr Speaker. This month we have supported policing and the retail industry to launch their new retail crime strategy, and the Home Secretary has launched a Safer Streets Blitz in town centres with targeted action to tackle retail crime. Under the previous government, shop theft soared to record levels and assaults against retail workers spiralled out of control. That's why, in addition to investing in neighbourhood policing, we're introducing a new standalone offence of assaulting a shop worker in our crime and policing bill, because everybody has a right to feel safe on the job.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Staff at Tesco's in Aldershot tell me that the store is facing rising levels of shoplifting. People walking out of the store with full trolleys, often the same individuals, emboldened because they don't fear the consequences. Hampshire Police are doing their best, but they cannot attend every incident, and store staff feel threatened and powerless. This is a nationwide problem. What steps is the Home Secretary taking to tackle this wave of retail crime and to protect shop workers on the front line?
Well, it is totally unacceptable that shop theft and violence and abuse towards retail workers has continued to rise, and particularly, as I said, over the last 2 years of the previous government, it went up by, I think, 60%. So we are asking retail workers to perform a significant act of public service as they enforce restrictions on the sale of items including cigarettes, alcohol and knives. And as I've set out, the bespoke offence, which is in the Crime and Policing Bill, will help to shine really a spotlight on this problem and ensure that we bring perpetrators to book, and that there is also the sanction of a criminal behaviour order which can be attached to a conviction for assaulting a retail worker, which again will help to protect retail workers.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. And whether it's Asda in Basildon or Waitrose in Billericay, there have been real issues with shop thefts, but particularly from organised gangs, often from out of local areas, largely coming in, ransacking stores and then driving away. What is the Minister doing to really address some of these issues which go beyond that local theft thing, but are actually a nationwide gang issue?
Well, the honourable gentleman raises a really important point, and we are going to continue to crack down on those organised gangs that are targeting retailers. And we've already set out, we're providing £5 million over the next 3 years to continue to fund a specialist analysis team within OPAL, the National Police Intelligence Unit, for serious organised acquisitive crime, to share the information and make sure that retailers are part of those conversations. So we're doing everything we can to tackle these organised gangs.
Smith.
Number 22, please, Mr Speaker.
Goodness. On our crime and policing bill, which the members opposite voted against at third reading, is giving the police greater powers to clamp down on off-road bikes and other nuisance vehicles causing chaos in our communities. Once these changes come into force, officers will no longer be required to issue a warning before seizing a bike being used antisocially. And on the 28th of May, we published a consultation to explore changes to the circumstances in which the police can seize and destroy these vehicles, and we won't hesitate to go further if needed.
Mr Speaker, can I thank the Minister for that answer? Gwent Police are taking on dangerous, illegal off-road bikes, but a related problem now is electric bikes, where sometimes they've been chipped to go faster and become a new danger. Can the Minister please look at this? These bikes can be switched up from being a means to get from A to B into becoming a real menace.
Yes, I'm very happy to look at that point, and I'm very happy to meet with my honourable friend to discuss that. He may want to know as well that the additional officers that are going to be available in his police force area, I think it's 60, will be coming by the end of this year, will help to try and tackle some of this antisocial behaviour by e-bikes and other vehicles.
Come to topicals. Liz Jarvis.
Question number 1, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, on the 7th of July 2005, terrorists attacked London's transport network at King's Cross, Russell Square, Edgware Road, Aldgate and Tavistock Square. 52 people who were travelling by tube and bus across the capital never came home. We remember them and the loved ones they left behind, all those who faced terrible injuries and endured the trauma of that day. And we remember the incredible bravery and courage of those who responded, the emergency service workers and the fellow passengers who saved lives that day. In the words of the King, this was an act of senseless evil, but he also reminds us that we must remember the countless stories of extraordinary courage and compassion as the very best of humanity in the face of the very worst. So I want to thank not just those who responded that day, but also those who have continued to work tirelessly in the 2 decades ever since against Islamist extremist terrorism, against other increasingly complex terror and national security threats, in counter-terror policing, in security intelligence agencies, and on prevention. And most important of all, this is about all of us, as we remember how our capital and our country came together across communities and across faiths to ensure we never let hatred win.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and may I associate myself with the Minister's remarks. Mr Speaker, Eastleigh Police Station was closed in 2019 after 95 years of service. In 2023, the Hampshire Police and Crime Commissioner promised a new station would be opening within 12 months, but we still don't have one. Does the Minister agree with me that my constituents deserve a new police station?
Well, the honourable member will know that decisions about where police stations are located are matters for the local force, for the Chief Constable and Police and Crime Commissioner, but I know she will welcome the news that Hampshire is getting 65 additional neighbourhood police officers who will be out on the beat this year as a result of the government's neighbourhood policing guarantee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I join colleagues in paying tribute to all those affected by the 7/7 attacks. In Huddersfield, new neighbourhood policing teams are making a difference in restoring safety to our town centres, with 12 additional officers for the team. I welcome the 6.8% funding uplift received by West Yorkshire Police this year, but given the persistent challenges town centres face, including violent and knife crime, as we've seen in Huddersfield, can the Secretary of State update the House on how the government will continue to support neighbourhood policing and ensure forces like West Yorkshire have the long-term resources they need to keep communities safe?
Home Secretary.
The friend is right that we need the additional neighbourhood policing in West Yorkshire. I welcome the 12 additional officers in her constituency, the 100 additional neighbourhood police officers across West Yorkshire, and of course the additional police officers in Pontefract and Castleford town centres as well. We have made clear to police forces across the country that the focus this summer needs to be tackling town centre crime.
Secretary of State Fiscal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I associate myself with the Home Secretary's remarks about the terrorist atrocities perpetrated on 7/7. The 52 victims and their families, of course, remain in our prayers, and I know the whole House will want to send their thanks to the emergency services for what they did on that day and what they do every day. Now, Mr. Speaker, moving on. It is now clear the Home Secretary has lost control of our borders. 2025 so far has been the worst year in history for illegal immigrants crossing the Channel. Her claim to be smashing the gangs is quite clearly laughable. The French are having almost no effect, despite spending hundreds of millions of pounds, and press reports that not much will change in the negotiations this week. Returns of small boats arrivals are down, representing only 5% of arrivals. So will the...
Phil, it's topicals. You've got to help me to get the back bench in, and you're not helping me at the moment. I'm sure you're coming to the end now.
Mr. Speaker, I am. Will the Home Secretary finally admit the only way to fix this is a removals deterrent where every single illegal immigrant is immediately removed?
Well, the Shadow Home Secretary seems to have forgotten that when he was Immigration Minister, net migration near trebled and small boats went up tenfold in the short period in which he was the Immigration Minister. Not only that, the funding for France that he refers to was agreed by his government when he was in the Home Office. And if he really wanted to see serious action against small boats, why did he vote against counter-terror powers for smuggler gangs, against clamping down on illegal working in the gig economy, and against stronger action to stop those dangerous crossings?
Stop the dangerous crossings. There are record numbers on her watch as Home Secretary. Now, Mr. Speaker, is the Home Secretary aware of the so-called police anti-racism commitment, which is itself flagrantly racist? It says on the face of its page that the racial equity commitment means not treating everyone the same or being colourblind. It says the police should treat people differently in order to artificially engineer equality of policing outcomes. Does she agree that is itself flagrantly racist? The police should treat everyone the same. Will she call on the MPCC to cancel it? And if they won't, will she legislate to give herself the powers?
Well, as the Shadow Home Secretary knows, the police, as part of their oath, make clear they have to police without fear or favour. That is what they do right across the country. And it is really a shame that he will not support policing in the difficult job they do right across the country, just as they voted against cracking down on off-road bikes, against new spiking and stalking laws, against respect orders, against supporting our police.
Johnny Ball. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I echo the Home Secretary's remarks about the 7/7 attacks. Alkaline Transport in my constituency of Folkestone Heights was fined £10,000 after reporting a migrant found clandestinely in their vehicle. So can the Minister update the House as to when improvements to the clandestine entry civil penalty scheme will be fully implemented so that hauliers who report issues and act responsibly are supported and not penalised?
I thank my honourable friend for raising this issue, and while I know he'll understand that the clandestine entry scheme has to be rigorously enforced in order to be effective, it also provides a very fair process for hauliers to appeal against any penalties where they're not justified by the facts of the case, and I'm sure he will be assisting the company in his constituency with that process.
Stevenson.
Mr. Speaker, does the Home Secretary agree with Labour Police and Crime Commissioners that the money allocated by the Chancellor at the spending review is insufficient to deliver the government's policing priorities?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have provided £200 million additional funding this year for neighbourhood policing as part of more than £1 billion additional funding for police forces across the country. That is how we are putting 3,000 additional neighbourhood police and PCSOs onto our streets this year after the decimation of neighbourhood policing under the Conservatives.
John Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with the Home Secretary's comments on 7/7? Recently, the town of Prodder was shocked after Islamophobic graffiti was found on a building in the town. The graffiti has no place in Prodder, no place in Northumberland, no place in my constituency, and no place in this country. So can the Minister assure me that upholding the safety and security of everyone in rural communities, no matter where they're from or their background, is utmost to this government?
Well, my honourable friend is right, and that sort of graffiti and hate crime, that kind of serious measures that end up dividing communities needs to be taken seriously by policing across the country. It's one of the reasons we are strengthening the law to give the police stronger powers to prevent intimidating protests, not just around synagogues but also around mosques.
Mahendra. My thoughts are with the family of Jess Petrola. Hertfordshire policing budget is already facing a £7 million shortfall, and the recent spending review contained no direct funding from the Home Office to address this. Will the Home Secretary reassure my constituents in South West Hertfordshire, as well as our Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner Jonathan Ash-Edwards, that Hertfordshire will benefit from more police officers without requiring further local tax rises?
Well, as the Home Secretary just pointed out, there has been additional £200 million this year to support the new neighbourhood police officers and PCSOs who are going to be in all of our communities. Very happy to meet with the Honourable Gentleman if he would like to discuss policing further, but it's this government that's committed to making sure that the police have the resources they need.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The nationally recognised BRAVE programme supported adult survivors of domestic abuse in Berkshire, but after our Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner cut its funding by 25%, the scheme was left unviable. Does the Minister share my deep disappointment at this cut?
Yes, I do share that. I thank my honourable friend for raising the question and for highlighting the important work of BRAVE that they have been doing in Berkshire. Grassroots organisations are at the heart of the work to support domestic abuse victims in communities and where they live. And tackling domestic abuse is at the heart of our mission, and I should hope the heart of the mission of every Police and Crime Commissioner.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Mercure Hotel in Stanwell in my Spelthorne constituency is used to house asylum seekers. I've had multiple reports of asylum seekers there working illegally. Will the department please put this on the radar of immigration enforcement so that they can take the appropriate action?
I can assure him that we do take action against those who break the rules by working illegally, and we've had raids and arrests on illegal working up 50% in the last year. Civil penalties in the last quarter at their highest rates since 2016, and now we're taking action to close the gig economy loophole in the border security bill, which he and his friends opposite voted against.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Minister update the House on what steps the Home Office is taking to ensure that Palestinian students awarded scholarships to UK universities are able to obtain visas and travel to the UK to take up their places?
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend. This is an important issue, and that's why I'm working closely with my colleague, the Minister for the Middle East, and why we are working with the Israeli, Jordanian and Egyptian authorities to identify safe routes for British nationals and other eligible people to be able to leave Gaza or indeed the West Bank, thereby being able to obtain visas and to be able to travel to the UK.
Sir Edward Lee, Felder House.
The number of small boat crossings is driving people absolutely mad and is eroding support in the Labour government just as it eroded support in us. And I worry for the Labour government, of course. I want them to do better in this, for all our sakes. So have not our French friends got a point that this country is uniquely attractive to illegal asylum seekers, because we don't have identity cards. We don't do what the Belgians do, for instance, which is refuse to put them in reception centres. So can we make a study of what every other member of the Council of Europe is doing and replicate the strongest actions so this is not the most attractive country for illegal asylum seekers?
Well, I do agree with the honourable member that you need to take action on a whole range of different things. That includes action within France, that includes action further in terms of the network of criminal gangs, it includes action on the water, and also includes action to tackle illegal working and also to reform the asylum system in the UK. We have inherited a system where there wasn't enough action on illegal working. That's why we've got a 50% increase in raids and arrests, and why we'll also be bringing forward more reforms on asylum too.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder to what extent the Minister agrees with me that reform of the ECHR which can block us from deporting some foreign criminals, including paedophiles, should be a priority for the government.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. It should be for the Parliament and Government to decide who has a right to remain in our country. As set out in our immigration white paper, we intend to clarify these issues and the application of Article 8 rights in the UK.
Mike Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Less than 3 weeks ago, the Home Secretary whipped her backbenchers against new Clause 43 to the Crime and Policing Bill. This clause was cross-party and would have criminalised the harassment of women and girls. Her ministers promised at the dispatch box and elsewhere that the amendment was not necessary because it would be dealt with in the violence against women and girls strategy. It was meant to be coming out before recess. We now hear it's not coming out before recess. So I asked the Home Secretary, did her ministers misspeak at the dispatch box, or are they incompetent?
The Minister will answer. And what I will say is that if the Honourable Gentleman wishes to read the National Audit Office report of the previous violence against women and girls strategy by the previous government, what it found was that it was totally wanting. And I will come to it, and it was undeliverable and untested. And so what I want to make sure is that the violence against women and girls strategy that goes out in this government's name is the best it can possibly be.
Speaker, despite taking precautions, one of my constituents found that their identity had been assumed, their PIN code for online banking changed, this was repeated across other accounts, and thousands of pounds were stolen. Can I ask the Minister to outline what steps her department is taking to combat sophisticated cybercrime and ensure that particularly older constituents like mine remain protected?
Well, I'm very sorry to hear about his constituent. Combating these crimes is a key priority for the government. We continue to collaborate closely with the financial industry and organisations such as CIFAS and regulators to continue strengthening account security and supporting victims. I'd be very happy to meet with him to discuss it further.
Sir David Davis.
I associate myself with the comments of the Home Secretary on 7/7. I remember that day too well, and we supported them then too. In more recent times, there have been a number of major cyber attacks, ransomware attacks, and associated blackmail on major companies. And it's come to my attention that one of them paid a very large sum to their blackmailer recently. I'll share the name with her afterwards. It's not appropriate to share in the chamber. So could she update the House on the progress of the government's actions to ensure that blackmailers of this sort do not succeed in future?
Well, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for raising it. I'd be very happy to meet with him to discuss it. I can tell him that the Home Office recently closed a consultation into a world-leading package of legislative proposals to counter ransomware, and a public response will be published shortly.
Jonathan Hindle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chair of the Met Police Federation, Rick Pryor, and the Chair of the West Mids Police Federation, Rich Cook, have both now been removed by the unelected Chief Executive after speaking up for the officers they were elected to represent. Is the Home Secretary as concerned as I am that the only staff association police officers are legally allowed to join is no longer fit for purpose?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for raising this issue, and I know that he has experience as a former police officer. I regularly meet with the Police Federation and with its officers and Chief Executive, and I will raise his concerns directly with them.
Listen, Griff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How does the Home Secretary propose to reduce the number of people in asylum accommodation in Bognor Regis and Littlehampton, given that even the Prime Minister admits that the situation in the Channel is deteriorating?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. By speeding up the asylum process, which means that people aren't trapped in huge backlogs in asylum hotels, by increasing decision-making by 116% from the 70% fall that we saw in the last 3 months before the previous election, we will get the system moving again.
Final question, Sonica.
For the past 14 years, police forces have faced significant cuts to personnel resources. While many areas returned to 2010 staffing levels, the West Midlands still has 540 fewer officers. I support the PCC Simon Foster's efforts and ask my right honourable friend, how can we address this funding gap caused by an outdated national formula which disadvantaged Dudley constituents?
Well, I know my honourable friend is a passionate advocate for policing in her constituency. I hope she will welcome the increase for the West Midlands of neighbourhood policing of over 300 neighbourhood police officers and PCSOs at a time when we're putting 3,000 more neighbourhood police on the beat, bringing in new laws on off-road bikes, town centre crime, bans on machetes, zombie knives and ninja swords, domestic abuse experts in 999 control rooms, new protection for venues against terrorism, action across the board to keep our communities safe.
And that brings us to the end of Home Office questions. I'll allow a few moments for the front benches to change over. Urgent question, Sir Mel Stride.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To ask the Chancellor if she will make a statement on the Government's performance against its fiscal rules.
Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Shadow Chancellor knows, it is a long-standing convention of this and previous governments not to provide a running commentary on a fiscal forecast. And it is for the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility to assess performance against the government's fiscal rules as part of its official economic and fiscal forecast. In the most recent forecast published in March alongside the spring statement, the OBR confirmed the government was on track to meet its fiscal rules 2 years ahead of target, and they also confirmed the government was on track to meet its fiscal rules early at the budget last autumn. This is a choice, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a responsible choice, because when you contrast this with the actions of the party opposite, who lost control of the public finances, you see working people across the country still paying the price. Following the usual process, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor will ask the OBR to produce a new fiscal forecast in the autumn for the annual budget, which will include an updated assessment of the government's performance against its fiscal rules. And as the Prime Minister confirmed last week, the government is committed to its fiscal rules, which remain non-negotiable. As I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, because we have seen what happens when fiscal rules are put to one side. Members opposite may be chuntering from their sedentary positions, but families across the country are still paying the price of the consequence of Liz Truss's experiment with higher mortgage payments, and we are not going to put the nation's finances at risk as they have done. In contrast, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is meeting its fiscal rules, and as a consequence of the Chancellor's decisions, we are investing billions of pounds in the renewal of Britain, in schools and hospitals, affordable homes, public transport, and keeping the nation safe. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, any future fiscal plans will be set out at the budget in the normal way.
Shadow Chancellor.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor said that she would not make any commitments that were not, and I quote, fully funded and fully costed. But the Chief Secretary to the Treasury has just said that he now expects us to wait until the autumn to hear how they intend to cover the £6 billion of unfunded commitments which their U-turns have run up in the last month alone. A government divided, a government racking up unfunded spending, a government wrecking the public finances. And why is the Chief Secretary not prepared to explain how they will fund these U-turns? Well, there are surely only two possible answers, Madam Deputy Speaker. Either the Treasury have made them without a clue as to how they will be funded, or they do know but are refusing to tell us. Either is completely unacceptable. So can the Chief Secretary set aside the usual blather that we have just heard and tell us whether he knows how these unfunded tax commitments will be paid for, or is his government simply refusing to say? Madam Deputy Speaker, the House will also have noted the inherent contradiction in the Chief Secretary sticking to the line that decisions will be made at a fiscal event in the normal way, when that is precisely what the government have not done. By losing control of the finances and of his own parliamentary party, the government has made significant fiscal decisions outside of a fiscal event. So can I ask the Chief Secretary, the Chancellor said that at the budget she would not be coming back with more tax rises. Is this still the position? And will the Chief Secretary rule out a wealth tax, along with reconfirming that there will be no rise in income tax, national insurance or VAT? The Chancellor said she would not extend the freeze on tax thresholds because it would hurt working people. Is this still the position? And can the Chief Secretary confirm that the Chancellor will not be adding to her fiscal black hole by scrapping the two-child benefit cap? And can I also ask whether consideration...
The Shadow Chancellor will know the time limit. I'm sure this is his last sentence.
Yeah, it is indeed, Madam. It certainly is now, Madam Deputy Speaker. If ministers are again putting their house back in order, that must start right now with full transparency and proper answers.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think the House knows what losing control of the public finances looked like, because under the Conservative government, when interest rates went through the roof, when there was chairs of Treasury Select Committee calling out the irresponsible behaviour of Liz Truss and her ministers in the Treasury, when families were paying higher mortgage payments, that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is what losing control of the public finances looked like, and that's why the party opposite lost control of government and are in opposition today. He asks me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to comment on forecasts of annually managed expenditure. He's asked me to comment on future tax decisions. He's a man, Madam Deputy Speaker, that knows how this works. All of that happens with a forecast and a budget, which will happen in the autumn.
Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all know why the government wants to keep its fiscal rules tight, because we know what happens when the markets go wrong. But there have been a lot of things that have rocked the country since the Labour government was elected a year ago. And also, what would the Chief Secretary explain to our constituents what the benefit of the fiscal rules are for them in their day-to-day lives? It can seem a very remote and distant discussion for people who are living in overcrowded conditions, needing healthcare and so on.
I thank the Chair of the Treasury Select Committee for her question. And I think the way that I would describe it to the public, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that when the government loses control of the public finances, as the Conservative Party did in government, that doesn't just affect the accounts in the Exchequer and in the Treasury. It affects family finances in every house across the country. People are still paying the consequences of the last government not sticking to its fiscal rules by acting irresponsibly, and that's why our fiscal rules are non-negotiable, and we will stick to them.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all know that the government had a terrible inheritance from the previous government, whether it was the incompetence of COVID contracts, the mini-budget and the botched Brexit deal. But at the same time, last year's Labour budget was a Treasury tax grab with no vision for the economy and no regard to the impact on key sectors like SMEs, hospitality or social care. We Liberal Democrats want to see things getting better in the country for our constituents and for the country. So in the spirit of constructive opposition, can I ask the Minister a number of questions? When will the government get serious about growth through a much deeper trading deal with Europe? Will the ministers look at fairer revenue raises, such as reversing the Conservatives' tax cuts for the big banks, raising revenue from tech giants, online gaming companies, gambling companies as well? Will the Prime Minister make a public statement to calm the markets and avoid 4 months of speculation about what might be in the next budget? Will the government commission an interim OBR report now?
Same strictures apply to the Liberal Democrats. One more sentence.
I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, for your guidance. Could I also ask the government to confirm they will not raid capital budgets to fix crumbling hospitals, to pay for day-to-day spending, and could the Minister confirm the date for the autumn budget?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady is encouraging me to act above my pay grade. The Chancellor will set out the date for the autumn budget in due course. And she invited me to explain to the House what our strategy was at the budget. It was about investing in the renewal of Britain. That's why the Chancellor's decision to update the fiscal rules to allow billions of pounds of investment in our capital infrastructure across the country, including into schools and hospitals, was the reason that that budget was set out as it was. She also asked me about trade deals, and I would just politely point to the 3 trade deals the government has already agreed with the European Union, with India and with the United States of America, saving thousands of jobs across the UK and generating growth in the years ahead.
Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Chief Secretary to the Treasury agree with me that it's because of these fiscal rules that this government has been able to establish firm foundations for growth going forward? And can he explain to this House in particular how the budget stability rule is supporting this government with confidence with investors and with businesses?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. She knows from her work on the Treasury Select Committee that the fiscal rules are important because it proves that the government is control of the public finances. We saw what happened when the last government lost control. The cost of government borrowing went through the roof, and that takes money out of budgets before you even get to public services like the National Health Service. That's why this government is committed to its fiscal rules and will make sure that they're being implemented.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The Chief Secretary will be very aware from his previous role as Chair of the Business Select Committee that one of the things that those who create wealth and invest in our economy need is certainty going forward. So before the next budget, will he ensure that he consults with business leaders and a proper impact assessment of whichever taxes he is going to increase is done, so we can minimise the damage that's being done to the productive capacity of the UK economy?
The Treasury engages with business leaders and investors all of the time, and the one thing they tell me, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that they're grateful this government has brought back long-term, multi-year budgets, that they've got the fiscal rules, that they're in place, that we're reforming things like the planning system to make it easier to do business in this country, and that as a consequence, business confidence is increasing under this government, having dropped enormously under his government.
John Grady.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in my constituency, we face a housing crisis, and inflation and out-of-control borrowing costs make it much more expensive to build social housing. Those costs are passed on to tenants. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that that is precisely why the fiscal rules are critical?
The fiscal rules are important because when you control the nation's finances, you're bringing stability to family finances. We've all experienced the consequences when, in the past, when governments have lost control and our mortgage rates and our rents have gone through the roof. This Labour government will never let that happen again.
Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government committed to one fiscal event a year in the name of economic stability, but by having an OBR forecast and having those constraints in place, it meant they only had one lever to pull, which was spending cuts. This time it meant that disabled people paid the price for it, and the government have had to row back since. Does the government regret placing these restraints on itself over tax measures when OBR forecasts are published?
The government is committed to the independence of the OBR, and it will remain having one fiscal event a year when we'll set out future fiscal plans.
Lola McAvoy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Chief Secretary agree with me that without the fiscal rules we wouldn't have seen 4 interest rate cuts that have benefited thousands of constituents across the country?
I agree with my honourable friend that we've had 4 interest rate cuts under this government. That's good for mortgage holders and renters. We've seen wages increase faster than costs for the first time in many years, and we've seen the ability for the Chancellor to invest billions of pounds into our country whilst keeping markets stable. That is the consequence of stability in our economy, stability in our politics, and the fact that we're implementing our fiscal rules in the way we said we would.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with all due respect to the Chief Secretary, the Chancellor really should be here to answer this urgent question, because it's her well-being that the financial markets are extremely concerned about. The financial markets, by the way, which are asking for a 10-year yield now, which is considerably higher than it was after the Liz Truss budget. And so it is really important that the bond markets, which are aware of the hole in the government's finances, know how the government is going to act, because otherwise we will see further fleeing of the millionaires and the wealth creators and the businesses whose investment we rely on for growth in this country.
Not entirely sure what the question was, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I think the Honourable Lady is exhibiting that she has learnt some lessons from her party's performance when she was last in government, and maybe she could share that with her frontbench colleagues in due course.
Dr. Jeevan Sander.
Speaker, I'm amazed the party opposite have brought an urgent question on fiscal rules. They had 7 sets of fiscal rules in 14 years. I mean, guys, and it is all guys, come on. The reason why they kept missing debt and deficit targets is because they kept cutting investment, meaning less growth, meaning less tax revenues. Does the Chief Secretary agree with me that by investing to grow, we get our debt burden down?
True.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and this government recognises that it was because of cuts, especially to capital investment through the austerity years under the Conservative government, that we had such poor productivity in our economy. We're still suffering the consequences of that, and that's why, as the Chancellor said at the budget, we're choosing investment over decline.
Brendan O'Hara.
Deputy Speaker, a year ago we were promised radical change, but the only radical change appears to be in the Labour Party itself, who has decided if you're poor, old or disabled, it'll be you who will bear the brunt of the cuts and whose backs the books will be balanced. So were the fiscal rules always predicated on going after the most vulnerable and the weakest and those least able to organise and fight back, instead of taking on the rich, the powerful, the multinationals and the tax avoiders?
Secretary.
As a consequence of the Chancellor's decisions, Madam Deputy Speaker, we gave Scotland the largest real terms increase in spending since devolution began, and I think the only radical change that we're now looking for is the SNP being kicked out of Hollywood next May.
Yuan Yang.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Honourable Gentleman Loughborough has mentioned, there have been 7 different sets of fiscal rules under the previous government. The Shadow Chancellor has announced that he has reflected on the mistakes made by the Truss government. And I'm sure that international investors watching what is happening in the Commons would like to see sensible debate on the most critical challenge facing our times, that of economic growth and development, from all parties in the Chamber. So can the Chief Secretary set out the important ways in which capital investment unlocked under these fiscal rules are allowing for that growth?
Chief Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend. Because of the Chancellor's decision to update the definition of debt, we've been able to unlock billions of pounds of investment into houses and schools and hospitals and GP surgeries across the country. And members opposite may laugh, but as my honourable friend points out, they have no plan to share with anyone at all.
Esther McVeigh.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In November last year, the Chancellor told the CBI conference, and I quote, that she was not coming back for more borrowing or more taxes. Will the Minister, as the Chancellor isn't in the Chamber, reiterate that promise today, or has the Chancellor mishandled the economy so badly that she is now going to have to add this to the government's growing list of U-turns?
The Chancellor was very clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the last budget was a once-in-a-generation budget because it had to deal with the sheer scale of negligence and mess that we'd inherited from the party opposite. I'm very grateful now that we're 1 year into Labour government. We don't have to keep clearing up their mess year after year.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The opposition have opposed all the tough decisions this government has made to raise revenue, from VAT on private schools to the windfall tax. Has the Chief Secretary heard anything from the Shadow Chancellor about how their plans would interact with the fiscal rules, if they plan on having any fiscal rules at all?
Chief Secretary.
I might suggest to my honourable friend that the public are grateful not to hear very much from the Conservative Party after 14 years of failure, but I would encourage them, if they wish to be competitive again, they might want to set out what they might actually do with the country.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Plans to plunder disability benefits and the decision to hike the national insurance are examples of policies which disproportionately hit Welsh communities. Instead, we need fair policies like a wealth tax on assets over £10 million, ending government subsidies for oil and gas giants, and clamping down on tax evasion. So when will the government's fiscal rules enshrine fairness, where the ultra-wealthy and large corporations pay their fair share?
I think the Honourable Ladies missed the fact that this government has changed the non-dom tax status. This is the wealthiest people in our country for many years. VAT on private schools, it's much more expensive now to fly a private jet than it was under the former Prime Minister from the Conservative Party opposite. And as a consequence of the decisions the Chancellor took at the budget last year, we've given the largest real terms increase in spending to Wales since devolution began. And as a consequence of our reforms to the bill coming on Wednesday, we've increased the base rate of universal credit for the first time in many, many years.
Chian Wara.
Madam Speaker. It's absolutely extraordinary that the Tories have recovered so quickly from their economic mismanagement that they feel able to stop apologising and even to offer advice. If only the economic well-being of my constituents had recovered as quickly. But would the Chief Secretary agree with me that the Office for Budgetary Responsibility, like economists the world over, finds it easier to measure the economic consequences of funding cuts, such as to disability benefit, than the economic consequences of investment, such as investing in people getting into work?
I thank my honourable friend for her question, and could I take this as a first opportunity to congratulate on her recent damehood as well, which was very well deserved. She invites me to comment on the forecast methodology of the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility. Given their independence, I will, I'm afraid, not do so, but I will just point to the fact that in the last forecast, the OBR was able to forecast an increase in growth as a consequence of our reforms to the planning system, which we welcomed very much.
Sir Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since April, Madam Deputy Speaker, 8 companies have personally approached me to tell me that they've either laid off people or had to close their businesses after decades of trading due to the national insurance rise. So may I ask the Minister directly, how many businesses in his constituency have said to him personally similar stories?
Chief Secretary.
I don't keep a running commentary on my conversations with businesses or constituents in my constituency, but what I have heard from businesses in the defence sector or the infrastructure sector is actually very welcome news in terms of our long-term spending commitment, our reform of the planning system, our commitment to spending more on capital across our country, which will generate good jobs and good skills in every part of the country.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course, there's been talk about the previous Prime Minister. As the MP for the constituency where the lettuce was that lasted longer than the previous Prime Minister, I can absolutely confirm that all of us know from our constituents she did more damage. And it's good to hear members opposite finally talk about the small businesses who are the backbone of the British economy rather than worrying about the millionaires. But does my honourable friend agree with me that one of the things we need to do is give them even more certainty and confidence about the road ahead? The EU trade deal that we have done is a brilliant start for that, but does he agree with me there is now a case for also looking at things like alignment by default so they can confidently know what kind of future they have under this government? Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend for her question and for welcoming the trade deals this government's entered into with the United States, India and the European Union, where we got a great deal, especially in terms of food and drink import and export, that will result in lower prices on the shelves of our supermarkets across the country. As my honourable friend knows, we've committed to an annual summit with our counterparts in the European Union, and I'm sure my ministerial colleagues will set out further detail on those negotiations in June.
Sarah Dyke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. George is the 5th generation owner of Knight's Fish and Chip Shop in Glastonbury. It's a much-loved institution of business in the town, but it's under severe pressure after the NIC's increases in business rates and some of the decisions made by ministers on our economy. Hiking national insurance hurts our small businesses and economic growth. So will the minister back small businesses by overhauling business rates and scrap NIC's hike?
Chief Secretary.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. She will know that when the national insurance contributions for employers changes were implemented, they were done in a way to protect smaller businesses in relation to bigger businesses in the way that the scheme was designed. She also points to our fish and chip shops, which are often beloved in all of our communities. And I know from my own fish and chip shops in my own constituency that the price of fish, for example, the price of fish has gone from about £100 a box to £300 a box. The price of oil has gone up following the Russian invasion in Ukraine, and even the price of potatoes has gone up, often because these products are imported from the European Union into the UK, which is why our trade deal on food and drink with the EU, as well as our investment into cheaper renewable energy, will make a big difference to fish and chip shops like hers.
David Pinto-Dushinsky.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's always amusing to hear the Shadow Chancellor who presided over a crisis in the welfare system complain about this government's actions to restore fiscal stability. It's like listening to an arsonist complain about the fire brigade. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that it's difficult to take them seriously when they won't tell us what their plans are, or even whether they support the spending laid out in the spending review?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he's right. Look, if any party opposite wants to be competitive in the next election, they need to set out what they propose to do with the country and how they're going to pay for it. But time and time again, whether it's the Conservative Party, the Reform Party, the Green Party or anyone else, it's all promises of jam tomorrow with no idea about how to pay for it. The public have been burnt by that already because of the last government, and they won't be burnt by it again.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Has the Chief Secretary seen the much longer term forecasts by the OBR for the growth in public spending, the growth in debt rising to over 250% of GDP in decades to come, and the debt interest rising to 12% of GDP? Why does he think, now there is a gaping hole in the government's financial plans because of the votes last week and the U-turns on welfare reform, that he can play for time instead of acting now to give the markets confidence before they lose confidence?
The Treasury obviously monitors all OBR forecasts and considers them in detail, but as my honourable friend knows, it's right and proper that the Treasury looks at OBR forecasts in the orderly way when they produce their forecast in line with the fiscal forecast. That's how we bring stability back to the public finances, and that's what we'll be doing.
Kanishka Narayan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition has elected every member of Liz Truss's Treasury team to her front bench, apart from those booted out by the public. Does my friend, the Right Honourable Chief Secretary, agree with me that a party which has no fiscal strategy but to believe in Liz we trust
cannot be trusted on any of it.
Chief Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and actually in a more conciliatory tone with members opposite. They had so few MPs, they had no choice.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since the budget, some 270,000 jobs have been lost and borrowing is up tens of billions of pounds. And just last week, the Office for Budget Responsibility has indicated it's going to lower its forecast for the second time since the budget. Does the Chancellor still have confidence in the OBR, or actually have you lost confidence in the OBR?
Chief Secretary.
The Chancellor has confidence in the OBR.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The consequence of losing control of the country's finances, like the party opposite did, caused real pain and a cost of living crisis for my constituents in Paisley and Renfrewshire South. So does my honourable friend agree with me that it's only because of our sound economic management that we've seen wages rise for working people at a faster rate in the first 10 months of this Labour government than in the last 10 years of the party opposite?
Secretary.
I think my honourable friend is right that whether it's investors, market traders or our constituents, they got sick to the back teeth of chaos under the Conservatives. Whether it was for the mess of Brexit or their change in Prime Minister and Chancellor every 5 minutes, ultimately it resulted in a Parliament where people were worse off at the end of Conservative administrations than they were at the start, and when our mortgages and rents were higher as a cost of the loss of control in the public finances. This Labour government will never let that happen again.
Neil O'Brien.
A £6 billion hole has been opened up because the Labour front bench can't get the Labour back bench to vote for their own policies. And as a result, Number 10 are conspicuously today refusing to rule out a wealth tax. But if you tell business people and wealth creators that if they leave their money in this country, it's going to get taxed, then you drive even more investors away. Isn't it the case that even if this measure is not ultimately put in place, over the next couple of months, the speculation about a wealth tax itself will drive investment away from this country?
Chief Secretary.
My honourable friend knows that the Chancellor will set out any decisions on tax one way or the other at the budget, which he will do in the autumn.
We're into just.
Deputy Speaker, does the Chief Secretary agree that this government has had the courage to make the difficult decisions necessary in an effort to ensure sound public finances and to improve the economy, whilst the opposition has hid behind its mistakes and they have no credible economic plan of their own?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he knows that this Labour government is committed to fiscal stability and political stability, because that is what matters for family finances and getting this country back on track after years and years of chaos under the Conservatives.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I find it highly alarming that the Chief Secretary to the Treasury doesn't seem to realise that the cost of government borrowing is higher now than at any time since the last Labour government. All of this comes back to decisions about spending. So why, when the Labour manifesto said that they would limit spending increases to £9.5 billion a year, did they, 3 months later in their budget, increase it by 8 times as much, by £76 billion a year?
Because the party opposite hadn't done a spending review since 2021, led inflation to go through the roof, and the cost of doing business was higher, along with a whole string of broken promises from the Conservatives opposite. I think the sooner they reflect on their mistakes and apologise to the country, the better for all of us.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After major investments announced by this government which will directly benefit my constituents, such as that for the Lower Thames Crossing, the Darrant Valley Hospital and school building renewal, does the Chief Secretary agree that this government has the fiscal rules in place to provide the economic stability we need to renew our social and economic infrastructure that was left in a terrible state by the last government?
Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend for showing the real consequences of fiscal discipline, but also the fact that the Chancellor updated the fiscal rules to allow for investment in precisely the projects like he mentioned in his constituency, with hospitals, schools, better roads, public transport and more affordable housing across the country.
Mike Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With its NI rises, amongst other measures, the budget last year skewed the tax burden onto small companies. My honourable friend from St Albans has just laid out some measures that would skew that burden towards bigger companies and multinationals. So, seeing as the government's #1 priority is growth, could the Chief Secretary explain to me why we are taxing small companies over big companies?
Secretary.
I think the honourable member is pointing to the employer contributions for national insurance contributions, which, as I've set out to the House, was designed in a way to limit the burden on smaller businesses for bigger businesses paying more. That was the design of the system, and that was the system that the Chancellor put forward.
Chris Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The only way out of the economic doom loop that the previous government got us into is by growing the British economy again. If the British economy had grown over the past 10 years as quick as the OECD national average, there would be £40 billion sitting more in the exchequer without having to touch spending or taxes at all. They talk about fastest growth in the G7, Madam Deputy Speaker. That is like walking the first 26 miles of a marathon and then bragging about jogging over the finish line. Growth has been unacceptably slow under the previous government. So can he let us know what he is doing to get the British economy growing again, particularly changing the broken planning system so we can build more homes and energy infrastructure here in the UK?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend speaks passionately because his constituents know that they were worse off at the end of 14 years of the Conservatives than when they started, and he also knows that this Labour government is committed to making them better off at the end of this Parliament than at the start. That is what our investment in the renewal of Britain is about, and that is what this Labour government will deliver.
Dr Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, we all know taxes are coming. We just don't know who they're going to fall on the hardest. The country is nervous, with every family wondering how much it's going to cost them and every business wondering the same. Does the Chief Secretary regret the fact that is leading to reduced domestic spending, reduced business investment and overall dragging the economy down?
Chief Secretary.
I do not disagree with this government's fiscal policies, no.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I always listen attentively to the Shadow Chancellor in this place and in his many media rounds, and sadly what is missing is a costed economic policy of his own. So would my right honourable friend agree with me that the Shadow Chancellor might be wise to spend some quality time in his beautiful Dorset constituency over this, Devon constituency, over the summer to actually have some credible policies of his own, because if he doesn't, he's not credible from that dispatch box.
I agree with my honourable friend, and it will be a benefit to the whole House that the Shadow Chancellor will be in his Devon constituency for the whole of August.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chief Secretary talks about fiscal stability and fiscal discipline. He will be aware that Birmingham City Council, a Labour-run council, is declared bankrupt. I wish some of that skill set would be transferred to some of the people running that. But on a serious note, in Birmingham, we still have a bin crisis. Bin workers are still on strike, and it's forecast that they're not going back to work until Christmas this year. Local businesses, residents are absolutely fed up. On a sincere note, will the Chief Secretary or his staff meet with me and Birmingham MPs to bring this misery to an end?
Chief Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I know that he and colleagues in Birmingham are in correspondence and communication with relevant ministers in the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government. I'll just point him to the fact that this government has increased the local government grant by up to £2 billion by the end of this period, by 2029, and that we've given them again long-term certainty with multi-year budgets for the first time in many years to allow them to plan for the future.
Deirdre Costigan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've raised in this House on a number of occasions the many children in my constituency of Ealing Southall sleeping on the floor or on the sofa in mouldy temporary homes due to 14 years of inaction and financial mismanagement from the Conservatives. Does the Chief Secretary to the Treasury agree that it is only because of the fiscal and budgetary decisions that this Labour government has made that we have been able to now invest a record almost £11 billion into building new affordable and social homes for homeless London families like those in Ealing Southall?
Can I thank my honourable friend for pointing out the legacy of the last 14 years where so many of our constituents are waiting for secure affordable housing. That's why the Chancellor's decision to update the definition of debt, but also to allow for the creation of a new national housing bank, means that we can direct billions of pounds into building affordable and social housing again, record levels of investment that will make a real difference to the lives of families across the whole country.
Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Chief Secretary seems to have only one line to survive this UQ on behalf of the Chancellor, and that is to make reference to the former Prime Minister. So can he answer a very, very simple question, which actually we've already heard the answer today. Are government borrowing costs higher now under him or under her in September 2022?
Chief Secretary.
I refer the lady to my previous answer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The party on the benches opposite are responsible for the dangerous dismantling of all our public services, stagnant wages and inflation rates that peaked at 11%. does the Chief Secretary agree not just with me, but also the former Chancellor George Osborne, who said that the Leader of the Opposition has no credible economic plan, and hence we shouldn't be taking advice from a party responsible for 14 years of degradation?
Secretary.
I can reassure my honourable friend we're taking no advice from the Conservative Party on the approach to the economy, given their dismal record.
Lincoln Jock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before the general election, the Chancellor said that this would be the most pro-business government ever. She spoke recently at the Times newspaper's CEO summit. And before she was introduced to the CEOs, the host asked how many of them thought that this government is still pro-business, and not a single hand went up. Why do you think that is?
Chief Secretary.
I wasn't at the event, Madam Deputy Speaker, so I can't comment on those discussions, but I would point the honourable member to record levels of investment in this country, over £120 billion of investment from the private sector in the first year of this Labour government, including, for example, as the Prime Minister said last Wednesday in Prime Minister's questions, £40 billion from Amazon. You can look at water infrastructure, housing, you can look at digital infrastructure. The United Kingdom is a country that people now want to invest in. It's a stable country with a long-term strategy, with lots of great potential and assets, and we're going to be looking forward to working with those business partners and investors to get the best deal for Britain.
Luke Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Institute for Government's review of the government's performance against fiscal rules found that the previous Conservative government changed their rules in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2019, 2021, 2022 and 2024. They, in fact, found that all of the sets of rules that existed under the Conservatives were abandoned because at least one could not be met. Does the Chief Secretary agree with me that the party opposite haven't met a fiscal rule they didn't change, break, or in the case of Liz Truss, blow up?
Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend for his very pertinent question, and it rather begs the question whether the last Conservative government had any fiscal rules at all. And I think based on the experience of all of us paying our mortgages and rent and looking at the cost of inflation at the back end of the last Parliament, the answer was no.
Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Who does the Chief Secretary think is most responsible for the extra 276,000 people unemployed compared to the time of the budget? Is it the National Insurance Jobs Tax? Is it the business rates increases? Or is it the attacks that the government has made on investment, long-term investment, either through the agricultural property relief or business property relief?
Chief Secretary.
I disagree with the premise of the question, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're not attacking investment in this country, we're welcoming it. We're increasing public investment, we're doing deal after deal with the private sector, and we're welcoming very significant amounts of foreign direct investment in this country that will create good jobs with good wages in every part of the country.
MacDonald.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in the last 12 months, this government has invested £5 million in North Tees Hospital, £20 million in Billingham Town Centre, £20 million in Stockton Town Centre, 7-day-a-week police patrols, £1 billion in local transport in Teesside, £4 billion on carbon capture and storage, and rescued British Steel. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that it is the market's confidence in this government and this Chancellor of the Exchequer that gives us the fiscal ability to invest in my constituency in Stockton, Billingham and Norton?
Secretary.
Well, can I congratulate my honourable friend for being so successful? The amount of investment he secured for his constituency is clearly a testament to his abilities to represent his constituency. And he's right to point to all of these investments because this is part of the Chancellor's economic strategy to invest in the renewal of Britain to benefit not just his constituents, but all of our constituents across the country.
Jim Shannon.
And Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers. Whilst I very much welcome the Government's decision to roll back and propose changes to welfare, it happened last week, this will and has undoubtedly put great pressure on the fiscal rules. I have the greatest concern for the middle class who get little help to raise their children, pay for their children's education or help to feed them through other than the child benefit. The same middle class who will feel the squeeze of a wage increase without a child benefit threshold increase. So, with respect to the Minister, and always conscious of looking after people who need help, how will the Minister ensure that middle class families are not squeezed further, which can only have the effect of them robbing Peter to pay Paul and thereby ending themselves in debt to both?
I thank the honourable member for his question and point to the fact that wages are increasing now more fast than costs, and that's for the first time in many, many years. He also invites me to comment on childcare provision, which the government agrees is an important provision to families, whether they're middle class or otherwise, which is why we have extended school-based nurseries, breakfast clubs in schools, and also subsidised childcare in nurseries across the country to help working families be able to get to work and be able to afford to do so.
Frank McNally.
much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Following the election, I was deeply disturbed to discover that the close to £20 million of Towns Fund money promised for Coatbridge in my constituency by the previous government actually didn't exist. It had been announced with much fanfare but had not been budgeted for. However, thanks to this government and the plans for neighbourhoods, that £20 million is now coming to Coatbridge. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that we must never go back to the fiscal irresponsibility of the party opposite, which was always keen to promise but always failed to deliver?
Can I thank my honourable friend and congratulate him on securing investment in his constituency from this Labour government. He's right to point out that in the past his constituents have had failed promises, whereas this Labour government is delivering on its promises.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Chief Secretary for his statement. And my thoughts today are with the family of Anne Moffat of Old Harlow, who lost her life 20 years ago today in the 7/7 attacks. Does the Minister agree with me that part of the reason we're left with such a fiscal mess is the decision by the previous government to quote 1,200 HMRC compliance officers? And I declare an interest because one of them was my mum.
Secretary.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question and share the sympathies of the House with his constituents' family. He's right to point out that investment had been cut into HMRC over many, many years, which made it harder for tax to be collected from those that needed to pay it. That's why the Chancellor has invested significant sums into HMRC to improve customer services for everybody that uses it, but also to ensure that we're getting tax receipts in to pay for our public services.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Chief Secretary agree with me that it was the very decisions taken by the Chancellor at the last budget, including on the fiscal rules, that have enabled this government to invest £190 billion in day-to-day spending and £113 billion in long-term investment, and that this simply would not have happened had the party opposite been in power?
Secretary.
I agree with my honourable friend, and as the House knows, when the Chancellor presented the budget last year, she said that this government chooses investment over decline for Britain. That was reflected in our spending review, which was investing in the renewal of Britain, unlocking billions of pounds of money as a consequence of the fiscal rules that the Chancellor had set out at the budget, in which are non-negotiable and will therefore stay in place.
Lawrence Turner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the context of spending decisions taken by the Johnson government, the last Conservative Rail Minister, Hugh Merriman, told the Select Committee last week, and I quote, "A lot of promises were made to MPs and others as to the ambition, but it did not match the amount that was actually being set down." He went on to say that by the time he came into post, he ended up with a list that was much longer than could be funded. Does the Chief Secretary share my anger at the way that the party opposite tried to take all our constituents for fools?
Secretary.
I do, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's good that my honourable friend has been able to raise this testimony from the Select Committee, because it reminds us why the British people were so angry with the Conservative Party after 14 years of failed promises, and why this Labour government will always make sure that we deliver on our promises.
Can I thank the Chief Secretary for his answers this afternoon? I will allow a couple of moments for the front benches to swap over.
My apologies.
No, that's right. Before we come to the urgent question on Iran, I remind the House that there is a criminal case currently before the courts where the accused have been charged with offences under the National Security Act relating to the targeting of UK-based journalists. This case is sub judice and no reference should be made to it during our proceedings. There is also a separate case involving alleged terrorism offences in relation to a target in London. This case is not sub judice because no charges have yet been brought, but honourable and right honourable members will wish to take care to avoid saying anything that could prejudice the ongoing police investigation and any subsequent possible trial. Urgent question, Priti Patel.
To ask the Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs if he'll make a statement on the UK's response to actions of the Iranian regime.
We have long had concerns over Iran's malign activity. Iran's continued support to aligned groups like Hezbollah and Hamas undermines regional stability. Their support for Russia's illegal war in Ukraine through the provision of UAVs and ballistic missiles, and they pose a threat to UK nationals, Iranian dissidents and Jewish people in the United Kingdom. This government will hold Iran accountable for its hostile activities. Since coming into office, the Home Secretary announced on the 19th of May that Jonathan Hall's review delivered recommendations to tackle state threats. We are committed to taking this forward, including through the creation of a new state threats prescription-like tool. In April, we sanctioned Iranian-backed, Swedish-based Foxtrot criminal network for their role in attacks against targets across Europe. In September, in response to Iran's transfer of ballistic missiles to Russia, we ended Iran's air services agreement and stopped Iran Air from flying directly into the UK. We placed Iran on the enhanced tier of FIRS, enhancing transparency regarding foreign influence in the UK. We have so far designated 31 individuals in relation to malign Iranian activity. The UK now has more than 450 sanctions against Iranian-linked individuals and entities, including the IRGC in its entirety.
Speaker, as we mark the 20th anniversary of the London terrorist attacks, the victims, survivors and their families and the emergency services who responded that day continue to be on our thoughts. 2 weeks have passed since the US airstrikes against Iran's nuclear facilities. Does the Minister have an assessment of their impact? And what is his response to the Iranian regime now prohibiting cooperation with the IAEA and their inspectors leaving Iran? Given Tehran's refusal to cooperate, is the Minister and the Department in discussions with partners about snapback sanctions being applied and other measures? Is he concerned that demonstrates that Iran will continue to pursue nuclear weapons and their entire programme? And with the information received from discussions with America, Israel and other intelligence partners, will the government finally come off the fence about those strikes and agree with this side of the House that they were absolutely necessary? On our interest in the region, can he assure us that he is taking continued steps to bolster the security of our military assets and personnel? And what assessment has he made of Iran's ballistic missile capabilities and the threats they may continue to pose to our interests? Madam Deputy Speaker, we agree that Iran can never have a nuclear bomb, but the regime is a fundamental menace in so many other ways, sponsoring terrorism across the Middle East and threatening our own country with sophisticated plots. What work is taking place across government to respond to the threats posed to dissidents in the UK and to those with family members in Iran who face persecution as the Iranian regime seeks to threaten and blackmail them? What more will he do to take down the finance structures propping up the regime's destabilising activities and to stand with the brave people of Iran, including human rights defenders, who face the most barbaric oppression? With the Iranian regime and its terrorist proxies in a weakened state due to Israel and America's actions, does the Minister agree that this is a moment for the government to publish a serious strategy to roll back the regime's malign influence? And finally, can the Minister give an update on the discussions he has had with partners about the US-led plans for a ceasefire in Gaza, freeing the hostages, aid access, and how to secure the removal of Hamas?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her questions. I won't provide, I'm afraid, a detailed commentary from the dispatch box on the extent of damage from the strikes for reasons that I'm sure the Right Honourable Lady and the rest of the House will understand. I can confirm we are in discussions about the snapback mechanisms. As the Prime Minister has said, as the Foreign Secretary has said, as I have said, we cannot see Iran get a nuclear weapon. Snapback is an important lever. We're talking with our E3 partners and indeed the Americans about what role snapback can play. We hope to see a diplomatic solution. That is ultimately the most enduring way to ensure that Iran does not get a nuclear weapon. But we will continue to consider all diplomatic tools, including snapback. The Right Honourable Lady asks a range of important questions too. I can confirm that we keep regional security questions, particularly in relation to our bases, under close review. Since I last had an opportunity to face across the dispatch box, there's clearly been quite a few changes in relation to events in the region and including in relation to our travel advice. I recognise for those with interest in the region, this has been a fraught period. I'm glad to see the ceasefire between Iran and Israel hold. We are encouraged by the reports on efforts to secure a Gaza ceasefire, but I'm not in a position to provide much further commentary at this stage from the dispatch box. And I won't go any further than we've already gone from the dispatch box on the strikes against Iran.
Chair of the Select Committee, Emily Thornberry.
Thank you very much. I wonder if the Minister might be able to help us with this. We had before us the Iranian ambassador, and he made it clear that what he wanted to be able to do was to continue to negotiate. Given the way in which the JCPOA fell apart, given that they were in the middle of negotiating when there was the attack by the Israelis, if there is a significant segment of the Iranian regime that wants to continue to negotiate, what is Britain doing in order to ensure that we have jaw and not war?
Minister.
My right honourable friend asks vital questions. We do want a serious negotiation with the Iranian government about nuclear weapons and indeed many other things. The Foreign Secretary sought to play a full role in providing an opportunity for talks rather than conflict. But those talks cannot spill out indefinitely. The deadline for snapback, which has been referenced by the Right Honourable Lady opposite, is fast approaching, so we are under some considerable time pressure. That does not mean that we don't want talks to happen, but they must happen at pace and with real seriousness.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Monica Harding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Iranian regime is utterly committed to destabilising the Middle East and exporting terrorism globally, and under the auspices of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards is focused on threatening our own citizens in the UK. The Minister mentioned the introduction of a new power of prescription to cover state threats following Jonathan Hall's review into terrorism legislation. Can the Minister confirm then that the government will use that new power to prescribe the IRGC? Iranian communities across the UK will feel the threat of Iran perhaps most severely. I also recently visited the headquarters of the Community Security Trust, which impressed upon me just how vital it is that at a time when many Jewish people are feeling worried and afraid, the CST continues to receive our support. Will the Minister outline what further steps the government will take to protect these communities as well as the wider UK public from Iranian-sponsored terrorism?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let me be absolutely clear. We will not tolerate any Iran-backed threats on UK soil, not against British Jewry, not against journalists, not against any British national or anyone who is resident here. As both I and the Foreign Secretary have made clear to our Iranian counterparts, we know the threat that Iran poses to those in the UK, including against dissidents, journalists and indeed the Jewish community. They must cease this behaviour now, and we will not hesitate to take the strongest possible action. The Honourable Lady asked an important question about prescription. Given that IRGC is an arm of the state, we have taken the view that it is important to look at where the mechanisms for taking action against other states can be improved. That is why Jonathan Hall did his review. That is why on the 19th of May the Home Secretary made the announcement that she did. I would like to reassure the House that the IRGC is fully sanctioned in the UK. Prescription is a slightly different question, and it's for those reasons that Jonathan Hall has done his review.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just to say to the Minister that I think we're potentially moving to a point where prescription of the IRGC is something that needs to be looked at considerably stronger as a mechanism for dealing with the transnational repression that Iran is getting away with. And the murder of Ahmad Amini in 2022 that saw the wave of Iranian dissidents to attempt to rise up against their own regime demonstrated the bravery that so many people in this country would applaud. But obviously those people that had to flee now find themselves at the risk of mercy of Iranian operatives here and in our ally countries. So whilst I welcome the Minister's commitment to preventing that transnational repression, can he say more specifically about what's happening to support the Iranian dissidents in the UK, but also those who are still seeking to demonstrate the horrors of Iran in our ally countries in the Middle East?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for the question, and I don't want anyone in the House to be under any illusions about the seriousness with which we take the IRGC's activities. That is why we've commissioned the Jonathan Hall review. That is why they are on the enhanced tier of furs. That is why they are fully sanctioned, and that is why we've continued to impose sanctions in response to Iranian aggression. I know well the threat that Iran poses not just to British nationals but to journalists as well, in the way that my honourable friend so eloquently points out. I've met many of those journalists. I'm appalled that some of those threats are happening here in the UK. I won't comment too much on law enforcement and intelligence activity, but I have been clear with the Iranian ambassador that the full force of the law and all of our capabilities will be focused on those who seek harm to people here.
Sir David Davies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Omid Khalili, a British citizen and renowned Iranian broadcaster, hosts a phone-in reaching over 30 million Iranians. He's been targeted by the Iranian regime. The detail of it's been laid out and unheard by the journalist David Rose. But in summary, his wife, parents and sister have been detained in Iran, interrogated and threatened, and their passports confiscated. The aim of this is to blackmail Mr. Khalili to come back to Iran, where he will certainly be arrested and very probably executed. These acts of intimidation are carried out by the Iranian secret police and by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and facilitated by diplomats, so-called diplomats, in the Iranian embassy here. We cannot ignore this state-sponsored blackmail. So what the government ought to do is to expel those Iranian officials complicit in this behaviour and finally prescribe the IRGC.
Minister.
The right honourable gentleman makes an important point about the pattern of Iranian detentions in Iran, and indeed some of the threats that we've already described that are sought to be prosecuted here. I won't say more about the state threat here, as I think I've probably laid out what I'd like to, but it is incredibly important that people are aware of the way in which the Iranian state has operated, continues to operate within Iran. We are deeply familiar as a government, as I know our predecessors were, with the pattern and tactics of Iranian detentions. We continue to provide consular support wherever we can. We are constrained by the Iranian refusal to recognise dual nationality, which often means that those with links to the UK are not in a position, though they should be, to get consular assistance from the UK, and we will continue to do everything that we can to change that.
Dr. Rupaho.
Deputy Speaker, an Iranian origin woman living in Acton came to see me the other day, and while she's relieved that her 90-something grandparents are not amongst the civilian casualties from Netanyahu's US-backed bombings the other day, she does report that the hated hardline regime there is cracking down even further on its beleaguered population. So can I urge my honourable friend, I think he hinted at it, to proceed with caution. It's a very delicate situation here, and the consequences are quite manifold, including Iranian refugees washing up on our shores in dinghies, which didn't used to be widespread before. There is a temptation to go in all guns blazing, but can I urge that he does all he can to get a diplomatic solution, because we all want to stop Iran's nuclear ambitions, but to do it the right way.
I can confirm to my honourable friend that we are doing everything we can to try and see a diplomatic solution.
Sir Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to say, I think the Minister is right in making this judgment about whether to prescribe the IRGC, but can I support the comment made by the chair of the Select Committee, because this theocratic regime in Iran has never been weaker domestically, internationally, or amongst its regional neighbours. So there's a real premium now to work with our European and regional allies to explore all avenues of progress through more reasonable elements within Iran.
Minister.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question. I know his long commitment to these issues. I know so many members, honourable and right honourable in this House, have had encounters with the Iranian diaspora and indeed more moderate Iranians. The Iranian people are not the enemy of the UK. There is a broad, cultured, moderate population there who would like to live a better life, who see their families oppressed in the way that the right honourable gentleman describes, and we must do everything we can to support them.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my honourable friend and his diplomats in the FCDO for their work and the emphasis on diplomacy. Does my honourable friend agree with me of the importance of soft power in this situation, and that the BBC Persian service is doing excellent work in explaining news in a truthful way, and does he agree further that we ought to be extending a hand of friendship to the Iranian people at a very delicate and sensitive time in world politics?
Minister.
I do agree very much with my honourable friend, both on the importance of diplomacy and the importance of BBC Persia, which is an important contribution that the UK makes to Farsi speakers across the world. I've met with many of their journalists and they provide a vital service.
Mike Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Minister think it more or less likely that as a result of the American airstrikes, Iran will get a nuclear bomb?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I'm sure the honourable gentleman would expect, I won't comment on assessment at this stage, given how, given the security and intelligence implications thereof.
Lawrence Turner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like many members of the House, I have constituents who are stranded in Iran. I think we've all heard what the Minister has told the House this afternoon, and I know that he takes the safety of British nationals overseas extremely seriously. Can he assure the House that all practical steps are being taken to extend that consular support, which is currently being frustrated and denied by the Iranian regime?
I thank my honourable friend for the question. There's a very limited amount that the UK has been able to provide by way of consular support for some years in Iran, for exactly the reasons he says, frustrated by the Iranian government, and our warnings and travel advice are clear. But I'm grateful to my honourable friend for providing me an opportunity to confirm to the House that we have now reopened our embassy in Tehran after a temporary closure. A chargé is in place, and we will continue to play our full role to ensure the safety of British nationals in Iran, and indeed to contribute to the diplomatic developments which we've discussed.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Clearly, the Israeli and United States military action has destroyed 3 of the facilities and, of course, killed some of the scientists and the IRGC operatives that have been involved in the nuclear programme. However, it is suggested that the Iranians removed their nuclear material to another site before those actions took place. And now, of course, Iran has withdrawn its cooperation with everyone in terms of inspection and checking what is happening. So what action is the Minister taking to make sure that Iran is brought to the negotiating table to establish what has happened to that nuclear material, and indeed that they're not going to continue to enhance their nuclear capability?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for the important question. I'm sure I'll receive some complaints from the front bench, but as he'll understand, I won't be commenting on the assessment of the strike or on intelligence matters, but what I will say is that it's absolutely vital that IAEA inspectors are allowed back into Iran. That is the fundamental basis on which trust can be built for a diplomatic solution. Now that the ceasefire is in place, the inspectors must come back in.
Adam Jurgey.
Thank you very much, Mandate Speaker. People across Newcastle week in, week out watch events in the Middle East with anger, horror, sadness and frustration. So I'm very grateful to the Shadow Foreign Secretary for bringing this urgent question to the House this afternoon. Can I ask the Minister 2 things? Firstly, what specific engagement has happened between the British government and our regional partners in the Middle East? Because I'm not sure he's touched on the specifics. And secondly, in his statement he made reference to, or his answer, he made reference to state threats mechanism or a state threats mechanism. Can he elaborate a little bit more for us on what that means? And if he can't do it on the floor of the House, I'm very happy to have a cup of tea with him to tell me in detail.
Minister.
There's an amusing degree of lightness from the foreign bench, from the opposition benches on security matters. I'd be delighted to discuss further. The question at issue in the Jonathan Hall report is the state threats prescription-like tool, which is, I accept, a rather clunky name, but it is focused on the fact that a state, in this case, has proved a persistent threat in the UK using methods unlike those usually employed by a state, and I won't say very much more about that. But there is a gap that Jonathan Hall has identified, and it is that gap that we are seeking to fill, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very happy to meet with my honourable friend to discuss it further.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, in the most tawdry and cynical fashion, a decision, one which was born in anger and driven by revenge, was bulldozed through this House. But I do wonder, however, while the government was discussing prescribing Palestine action, did he or any of his Foreign Office colleagues advise that Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps should also be added to that prescribed list? And if they didn't, why didn't they? And perhaps you could explain to the House why his government considers the IRGC to be less of a threat to our national security than Palestine action.
Minister.
Madam Deputy, I think in my last answer I tried to illustrate why prescription of the IRGC is a complicated question where there are gaps in the existing legislation, and that is one of the reasons why we've done the Jonathan Hall review, and we're committed to taking forward his recommendations.
Dr Neil Shastra-Hurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister has set out a desire to get Iran back to the negotiating table. Can he set out what steps he and his colleagues in the Foreign Office are doing to ensure that they get that outcome?
Minister.
The Foreign Office, the whole ministerial team and our diplomats are focused on the concrete steps that would be required. There was an important question from the Honourable Gentleman opposite about the IAEA. There's an important question about snapback. There are a range of diplomatic measures which are serious and impactful, which can help try to make diplomatic progress in order to guarantee that Iran will not acquire a nuclear weapon. I recognise that there is a long history of nuclear diplomacy with Iran which has not been a success, which is why I said in one of my previous answers, this is not an unlimited time frame. We will take steps, including snapback, if we don't make progress in diplomacy.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many people believe the preemptive strike on Iran by Israel and the USA was illegal under international law. I asked the Minister, most agencies, intelligence agencies, including the Director of American Intelligence, said that there was no viable evidence that there was an active nuclear weapons program. Can you tell this House what the UK intelligence agencies say?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm, for reasons obvious, not going to provide a running commentary of the assessments of the UK intelligence agencies.
Dr Andrew Morrison.
Deputy Speaker, the Defence Secretary correctly has said that Operation Midnight Hammer has alleviated a grave threat, but the Attorney General appears to be less clear and wonders if it was illegal, whilst the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary appear to sit on the fence. Sorry to put the Minister on the spot. Does he agree with the Attorney General or with the Defence Secretary?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I say it with the greatest of respect to my predecessor, but as he knows, the Defence Secretary and the Attorney General are doing rather different roles, and I don't think they're in disagreement. And in any case, collective responsibility would bind them both, and indeed me.
Sir Julian Lewis.
I helped the Minister share a little information with the House by asking him, does the government know of any other purpose for refining uranium-235 to 60% purity other than to build a nuclear weapon?
Minister.
I am very happy to be clear that that level of enrichment has no obvious civilian purpose. We are told that it was for research and development, but I think many observers have drawn exactly the same conclusion that the Honourable Gentleman has.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank, first of all, the Minister very much for his answers. The Minister will know that I support absolutely the decision to remove the nuclear arsenal from the hands of Iranian terrorists who have pulled the trigger on various acts of terrorism against this nation and indeed against others. However, it is also clear that we have a difficult situation left in Iran, and the calls for regime change leave the vulnerable children even more in need. So, Minister, my question is this. Is there a way that we can do more to ensure that aid reaches those women and those children living in oppression and in fear in Iran on the axis of evil?
Minister.
As ever, the Honourable Gentleman asked an important question focused on those who are vulnerable. We have sustained an embassy in Tehran. I'm pleased to announce today that it is reopened. One of the roles of that embassy is to maintain as wide a possible engagement with wider Iranian society. There are obvious constraints with which the honourable gentleman will be very familiar, but we do what we can where we can.
That concludes the urgent question, and I'll give a few moments for the front benches to swap over. Statement, Secretary of State for Education, Bridget Phillipson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With permission, I will now make a statement to update the House on this government's vital work to change our country for good by giving every child the best start in life. The focus today is firmly on our youngest children, but the impact will be much broader. This government is building a stronger, fairer society, and will lay the foundations in the earliest years of our children's lives. And because we are determined to tackle the root causes of problems, not just their symptoms, we begin at the start. The inequalities that stain our country, the way in which opportunity is heaped on some but hidden from others, those disparities don't suddenly spring up in adulthood. Our babies are born into an unequal world, and the inequality grows with them. Right from those very first days when we carry them home from hospital. Those early differences in the support that families can get, in the early education and childcare their parents can access, in the opportunities they have to start exploring. These are the differences, these and many more, that we all know take hold early on. The winds of fortune, they're already on the first day of school. A gale at the backs of some, a blizzard in the face of others. These are the differences that mean that some children arrive in the classroom not yet ready to learn. These are the differences that mean while 2/3 of children reach a good level of development by age 5, a third don't. These are the differences, Madam Deputy Speaker, that fuel the injustice that half of our children on free school meals miss that important milestone. A Labour government will not tolerate our children being failed like this. Within months of taking office, we set out our ambition in our plan for change for a record share of children reaching a good level of development by the age of 5, because it matters so much for those young lives. But it goes further. It sets the tone. 40% of the disadvantage gap at the age of 16 is already there at age 5. And next month we know that young people across our country will pick up their exam results. Some will do well, but sadly some others will be disappointed. And those results stay stories of smiles and frowns. Those stories for our young people, those stories begin to be written in the first years of their lives. So if we want to build an education system where every child can achieve and thrive, if we want to grow a society where the opportunity to get on is open to all, if we want to deliver the change that this country so desperately needs, then we have to focus on the early years. We have to give every child the best start in life. Yeah. And that's why my priority as Education Secretary lies. And that's why just 12 months after entering government, I am proud to be here today to set out our Best Start in Life strategy, which we are determined will change this country for good. Giving every child the best start in life begins with families. Now, becoming a parent or a carer is full of joy and wonder, but we all know it can sometimes be hard and it can feel isolating too. So parents and carers need to know that they can tap into a community of support. They need to know that they're not alone. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're falling short. 1 in 4 families with children under 5 struggle to get trusted advice. For families on low incomes, it's 1 in 3. And it wasn't always like this. There was a time when government cared deeply about children's development. And members across this House will know all about Sure Start, about the quiet revolution in the lives of our children carried out by the last Labour government. Sure Start was one of the proudest achievements of that Labour government, and I'm proud today to build on its legacy. Yeah. Because we remember all the good it did for our children, for our communities and for our country. Sure Start raised exam results and reduced hospitalisations. It improved early identification. It boosted physical health. It boosted mental health. It reached disadvantaged families and it made a difference to their lives. Sure Start was a triumph, but of course it wasn't perfect. No programme ever is. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it worked. in so many ways and for so many families, but never more so than when it stuck to its principles, when it brought together the excellent services parents need. At the heart of its success were the children's centres, one-stop shops where families knew where they could go for help, a comforting and consistent offer of support all in one place. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are many ways in which 14 years of Conservative government damaged our country and our society. But the vandalism they inflicted on the lives of our youngest children, tearing these services out of communities, deepening inequalities, abandoning families, they should never be forgotten. And today this government will right this terrible wrong and restore hope to families. Our Best Start service will honour the proud legacy of Sure Start, and today's Labour government stands on the shoulders of those who went before, but to look forward to the better future our children deserve, not back to the past. And that's how we will deliver for a new generation of families. We'll introduce a new Best Start family service delivered through Best Start Family Hubs, the first step to a national family service that ensures they can get the right support for their children from conception to age 5, giving parents the freedom to focus on loving their children. And today, as we announce the National Year of Reading for 2026 this morning, we want to give parents more time to read with their children, to grow a love of learning that starts in the home and flows right throughout a child's life. Best Start Family Hubs will be open to all, rooted in disadvantaged communities. They will work with nurseries, childminders, schools, health services, libraries and local voluntary groups. A whole community coming together around one goal, to give children the best possible start in life. And our Best Start digital service means we're ready for the future, linking families to their local Best Start family hubs and exploring how the power of AI can help parents find the right information. And we'll make early education and care more affordable and easier to access. From the day this government won the backing of the people, we've set about delivering the entitlement of 30 hours of government-funded childcare a week for working families, backed by funding reaching £9 billion from next year. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, last July we inherited a pledge without a plan, but this government is delivering on our promise to parents, because I know how much that matters, that promises made are promises kept, to the future of our country and to the trust between families and their government. The cost of childcare no longer pricing parents out of the jobs they love. Instead, choice and freedom to work the hours they want, and an average of £7,500 a year back in their pockets. And I want to thank all of those who are working with us to drive that change, from private to school-based nurseries, group-based providers to childminders, dedicated professionals and early years educators transforming life chances. And with almost £370 million provided by the Chancellor at the spending review, we're building and expanding more nurseries in primary schools, with the first of the 6,000 extra places from September this year. Soon enough, 80% of childcare in this country will be government-backed. And the message, Madam Deputy Speaker, is clear. This Labour government is on the side of families. The Labour Party, the party of family. But it also means that childcare must be better linked to educational priorities, better geared to closing attainment gaps, better focused on all of our children succeeding at school. Our early years educators are too often the hidden heroes of our communities, and it is past time that we back them. So we'll raise the status of our workforce. A new professional register, because working in early years is just that, a profession. More high-quality training for staff, guided by a golden thread of the best evidence. And we'll train more early years teachers, because we know the difference they make to our young ones. Our stronger practice hubs will double in number, and we'll offer new financial incentives to attract and keep great early years teachers in nurseries that serve the most disadvantaged communities. Every child deserves a great education and a great early start in life, and that must extend to our children with SEND. Early intervention can work wonders to lower barriers to learning, so under this government, inclusive practice will become standard practice. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is driving a decade of national renewal, but there can be no decade of renewal for our country without a decade of renewal for our children. And this is urgent, because children only get one chance. If opportunities are missed, if parents don't get what they need, if the great nursery down the road hasn't been built yet, that's it. There's no going back. For 14 years, children's lives marched on as services were ripped away. And I won't stand by and watch as more and more children are let down. Through this strategy, I am bringing change. Change for all of our families, change for all of our communities, but above all, Madam Deputy Speaker, change for our children. It is for them that our strategy was written. It is for them that we will see it through, to each and every child, from their first day in this world, the best start in life. And I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State Laura Trott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the Right Honourable Lady was in opposition, she criticised every announcement simply because it came from the Conservatives. Take childcare. She called the hours model that she talked about today broken, and she said she'd have a new childcare system, and I quote, like the creation of the NHS. Yet now, in government, she trumpets the childcare system the Conservatives designed as one of her main achievements. Exactly. And family hubs. Exactly. She once dismissed them as a poor imitation. But now, after last week's chaos, what is she turning to for the government's reset? Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Conservatives' family hub plans. That is why I was surprised to hear this weekend her claims that this could only happen under Labour. The irony being, this programme was started under the Conservatives. We didn't hear that today. And the expansion wasn't in the Labour manifesto, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was in the Conservative one. Her strategy document, published today, has even lifted the name of our Best for Life plan, published in 2021. Imitation really is a sincere form of flattery, for which I thank the Right Honourable Lady. Perhaps recent events have reminded her that Labour doesn't have a monopoly on good ideas, if indeed any good ideas at all. Now, I won't take her approach, which was opposition for opposition's sake. I agree in principle with much of what is being proposed today, but as with free school meals and the children's care cap, I'll do my job and point out the gaps, raise concerns and expect proper answers. The Right Honourable Lady might consider engaging with the questions this time instead of falling back on a rant about the Conservatives, which frankly convinces no one and improves nothing. So, with that in mind, is this genuinely new money being announced today, or just a re-announcement of the Family Hub's money from the spending review? The Honourable Lady talks about £500 million of funding. Which financial years and how many years does this cover? Is the funding for new hubs only, or will it support existing ones too? Will there be new capital funding for bricks and mortar provision? And, as she acknowledged, Sure Start had its limitations. It failed to effectively target support to those who needed it most. What's being done differently this time to avoid making the same mistakes? When I visited a family hub in Dartford earlier this year, I was shocked to hear how many mothers are being referred because they were facing domestic violence from their own children. Children who've grown up witnessing this abuse at their home. What data is being collected through these hubs to track national trends like this, and how is that informing the government's response to the most pressing issues facing these families? I welcome the government's focus on school readiness. Children who lived through lockdown are arriving at school with speech delays and gaps in basic skills. It's one of COVID's longest shadows. But if we're serious about tackling it, we need to be honest about responsibility, what falls to parents and what falls to teachers. Teachers are stepping in where parents are not. They do it because they care, but it's not their job to potty train, brush teeth, or teach children to get dressed. Of course, children with SEND need tailored supports. That's a different conversation entirely. But when it comes to most children, that support has to start at home. So, while the government has set a target for school readiness, it's using scores at the end of reception. We need a target which actually reflects school readiness and what has happened at home, not the brilliant work of reception teachers. The Right Honourable Lady has said that her #1 priority was early years. But the rhetoric does not match the reality. Nurseries across the country are on the brink because of decisions her government have made. While it is welcome that the government has continued the rollout of our early years offer, the lack of compensation for NICS increase is forcing providers to either hike fees or shut their doors. There is no use giving out incentive payments for jobs at nurseries if providers are closing because they've been clobbered with NICS. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I must raise the issue of SEND. This is being splashed across 3 national newspapers, and despite off-the-record briefings from her department, the Right Honourable Lady has failed to give parents any reassurance over the weekend. Parental anxiety, as we all know, is through the roof. So, I give her one more opportunity. Can she confirm that no parent or child will have their rights to support reduced, replaced or removed as a result of her planned changes? Because right now, this is a government devoid of ideas. A year on, they're defined by broken promises and U-turns. Parents need and deserve answers to what their government is doing. And until that happens, they have every reason to doubt everything this government has to say.
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, every time I come here to announce the positive changes that a Labour government is bringing, whether it's free breakfast clubs, school-based nurseries or our Best Start in Life strategy, what is the response of the Right Honourable Lady? The same confected outrage and the same negativity and the same petty point scoring. No plan or vision for the future of our education system, for the best start in life that our children deserve. And they can talk all they want after 14 years about what they put in an unsuccessful manifesto, a post-dated cheque if ever there were one. And the British people judge their politicians rightly, not by what they claim they will do, but what they actually deliver. And it is on that basis that this government will be judged. And she asked a number of detailed questions about the nature of what we are delivering. We are trebling investment in Best Start family hubs across the SR period. All of the detail is there for her to see in the many documents that have been published through the spending review and in the strategy we published today. This is additional investment that we are putting into supporting our youngest children because this Labour government prioritises the early years and wants to make sure that all of our children get the best start in life. The only policy that the Right Honourable Lady has is to cut budgets in state schools and hand a tax break to private schools. That's it. That is only it. Now, the Right Honourable Lady...
Order. I certainly want to listen to what the Secretary of State for Education's got to say. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Right Honourable Lady asks about the needs of children with special educational needs and disabilities. And I would say to all parents of children with SEND, there is no responsibility I take more seriously than our responsibility to some of the most vulnerable children in our country. And we will ensure, as a government, that children get better access to more support, strengthened support with a much sharper focus on early intervention. And that is why we are investing more in support for children with SEND. The extra £1 billion at the budget, £740 million into more places, better training and support for children, for staff working with children with SEND. But there is no group, Madam Deputy Speaker, that suffered most under the last government than children with SEND. And what I would say to the Right Honourable Lady is that a degree of humility on her part is well overdue. This is a serious and complex area, one that we as a government are determined to get right. They ducked the difficult decisions. They failed to put in place the support that's needed, to the extent where the previous Education Secretary described the system as lose, lose, lose. This government will make sure that all of our children get the best start in life, including children with SEND. And that's why through the Schools White Paper later on this year, we will ensure that all of our children, including those with SEND, get better outcomes than they have at the moment. We will step up and deliver the change that our children need. And we will make sure through our Best Start in Life strategy, families once again get early support, timely intervention, access to healthcare, the chance to speak with other parents about the challenges and the joys of parenting. And that is why I am so proud that in the first year of the Labour government, we are delivering more than they achieved in 14 years.
Chair of the Select Committee, Helen Hayes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I warmly welcome the statement today from my Right Honourable friend, the Secretary of State, restoring a comprehensive and strategic approach to early years support, childcare and early education, an approach which has been sadly lacking during 14 years of the last government, in which we saw Sure Start dismantled, the cost of childcare soaring and an absence of any focus at all on quality or addressing the disadvantage gap. I welcome the commitment to a SEND coordinator in every Best Start family hub. In the context of the shortage of SENCOs in schools, can the Secretary of State say what her plans are for the training and recruitment of this workforce and what level of qualification they will have? And can she also say how she is working with her colleagues in the Department for Health and Social Care on the wider challenges in the workforce for educational psychologists and speech and language therapists as well? I welcome the approach to inclusion in early years. She will know that there are huge differences in the approach to inclusion taken by different providers. Can she say how individual settings will be held to account for being inclusive settings under this strategy? And finally, she will know that there is huge expertise and quality in our maintained nursery schools across the country, but that many are struggling with significant financial deficits at the moment. So can she say what role she envisages for maintained nursery schools in this new strategy and how they will be helped to be sustainable?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, the Chair of the Select Committee, for the detailed questions that she asks and for the welcome that she has given to the strategy today. I'd be more than happy to discuss all of the areas in more detail with her, because I appreciate time is often short, Madam Deputy Speaker, but we do want to make sure that we have high quality training and support for all staff working across our education system. But she is right that we will ensure we have a SEND trained professional in every Best Start family hub, because one of the lessons where the evidence is very clear about the impact of Sure Start is the importance of early identification of need, aligned with better parenting support and wider health service access as well. So that is important, and we will deliver it. The maintained sector, the maintained nurseries, have an incredible role to play in terms of the expertise that they can share across the system, and we are considering further steps that we can take in order to support them to share that expertise and to build further, because we know, as she will know, that maintained nurseries often have a larger number of children with SEND within their setting. We think there's a lot that we can do around inclusion too. But around inclusion across the board, there is an important role for the revised Ofsted framework in this area to make sure that all schools and all education settings are genuinely inclusive.
Democrat spokesperson Munira Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every child deserves to have the very best start in life possible, so I welcome any measures to tackle inequality, improve support for the early years and support for families. So I welcome today's announcements, both on the hubs and also on the announcements around the early years workforce and helping to raise the professional status of those who work with children in the early years, something that Liberal Democrats have long been calling for, given the level of responsibility and expertise required in that profession. And with the hubs, as we've heard, there's a great opportunity to identify special needs early and provide contact time with mental health practitioners and important advice for parents. However, these changes need to go hand in hand with addressing some of the deep problems facing charitable and private early years providers. And I hope the government will start by reversing the national insurance hike for early years and nursery settings, together with reviewing the rates that they pay to providers to ensure that they are actually covering the actual costs of delivering high quality care and early years education, because we do know that many nurseries across the country are struggling. And whilst I have the Secretary of State's attention on early years, could I raise with her the tragic cases of Gigi Meehan in Stockport, in Cheadle, and the children at the Twickenham Green Nursery in my constituency, who were completely failed by their early years providers at the hands of extremely cruel, vicious, uncaring staff. The verdicts in both of those cases have been utterly shocking. Now, I know the Minister sitting next to the Secretary of State met with my honourable friend for Cheadle last week, and although her announcement didn't include it, I have read in some news reports that the government will be increasing Ofsted inspections for nurseries, something that Gigi's parents and my honourable friend for Cheadle and I are pressing for. But over and above that, we do need to see a strengthening of the early years framework, to include the use of CCTV. And can I, one sentence if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, finally, could I just press the Secretary of State once again to put the parents and carers of children with special needs across the country out of their misery and rule out scrapping
order. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady asks a number of questions. Where it comes to, and I'm grateful for the broad welcome that she's given to the intent of this government to make sure that all of our children get the best start in life. Where it comes to early years and the early years system, she will know that as of next year we're investing £9 billion into the system, along with a near doubling of the early years pupil premium, and that goes hand in hand with the £75 million expansion grant to support the sector ahead of the September further expansion. In addition to that, we are working across government, as the strategy sets out, about how we can consider simplification of funding, how we make sure it is working in the way that it is intended for both providers and for parents. And of course, I'd be happy to discuss further issues of that with her. As she says, my honourable friend, the Minister for Early Years Education, did meet with Genevieve's family and with the honourable member last week. And just to answer directly the question in terms of Ofsted, from next April, Ofsted will inspect new early years providers within 18 months of opening and will move towards inspecting all providers at least once every 4 years compared to 6 years currently, alongside additional investment to strengthen quality assurance and inspector training to make sure that all children are safe, loved and protected. And I would also join with the Honourable Lady in sending my condolences to the families affected.
Serena Brockenridge.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the revival of a new 90s favourite. Not just Oasis at the weekend, but Sure Start style family services to support 500,000 more children. Could the Secretary of State confirm that some might say we no longer need to look back in anger and that these hubs will be staffed with SEND professionals to identify needs early, work with families and give vital access to speech, language, emotional and neurodiversity access?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's hard to top the Honourable Lady's question. I won't begin to try to make further 90s references. What I can say to her is that we are drawing on the best of Sure Start, learning from the evidence about what was incredibly effective. And one other element I would add to the list that she gave is that Sure Start was at its best when it worked with families to understand what was most important to them, when services were co-designed with families, where families and parents had a real input into the nature of those services. And I remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, one development in my own community that only came about because of the role of parents, and that was many dads told us that actually what they wanted was Saturday morning clubs so that they could be involved in those services. That's the kind of change that you only get through listening to and working with parents. And she is right, we'll make sure there's better SEND support delivered through the Best Start family hubs. We will also make sure that support for children around speech and language happens much more quickly than is the case right now, and that goes hand in hand with the Nuffield Early Language Intervention that we're rolling out across primary schools.
Steve Barclay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Would the Secretary of State agree to write to me as a matter of urgency regarding the frankly bizarre decision by the government to twice turn down funding for a new heating system for Meadowgate Academy, a special educational needs providing places to 182 pupils that is rated outstanding? It is at risk of having to close as a result of that decision, and it's frankly bizarre to announce special educational needs coordinators whilst both delaying the 210-place special educational new school that was going to be provided to Fenland, but also risking the closure of the existing outstanding school because the government is refusing a new heating system.
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman, I apologise, for raising important constituency matters. I would, of course, be happy to look into the details if he could share some more information with me after this session and make sure he gets a full response.
Mark Seward.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I warmly welcome the announcement today? Sure Start was one of the greatest achievements of the last Labour government. These Best Start family hubs will certainly build on that. Now, as a member of the Education Select Committee, we've heard evidence that Sure Start was at its best when it was targeted and specific. So can I ask the Secretary of State to set out what the criteria will be to determine where these new family hubs will be located, and what I might need to do to get one located in Leeds South West and more.
Madam Deputy Speaker, well, I can confirm to the honourable gentleman that his local authority will benefit from the extra funding and is one of the areas currently not funded, but will shortly be receiving funding this year to start the process of moving towards a Best Start Family Hub in the next year. But we will be clear with local authorities that we want to see a focus on disadvantage to make sure that their services are accessible to families that need them the most. But of course, building on the great record of Sure Start, any parent, any family who needs that support, particularly in the early years, should be able to access it.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's great news for the babies of Britain that there is a cross-party consensus that has broken out here today about the importance of those very first days of life for babies. And I welcome the fact that the Family Hub and Start for Life programme has morphed into this Best Start in Life programme with cross-party support. So could the Secretary of State outline what difference parents in Worcestershire will see specifically, also with regard to children with special educational needs?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady's local authority area is one of the areas that is currently not funded through the programme and will receive funding, including funding a share of a £12 million development grant that we will confirm in the next few weeks to start the process ahead of next year of opening a Best Start Family Hub. And as I said earlier, we will make sure that there is a trained SEND professional in every setting to ensure that parents get early and timely access to support.
Aaron Paffey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 25 years ago this year, the then Prime Minister Tony Blair joined my predecessor John Denham in opening one of the first Sure Start centres in the country on the Western Estate. We remember the good that that did for families there, and we remember the effects of over a decade of slashing council budgets and shutting Sure Start centres. So can I welcome this announcement, and it will benefit families in my constituency. Obviously, we are going to need more early years educators, many of whom we lost after the pandemic, to deliver this plan. So can my right honourable friend set out how the government will build this vital workforce where it's really needed?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. We as a government want to make sure that early years is a place where more brilliant people want to come and stay, that they can build qualifications, gain training and build fulfilling careers, and we'll work with the sector to do that. We'll recruit more early years teachers, particularly in the areas where they're needed most, more than doubling the number of funded early years initial teacher training courses by 2028 and rolling out a new early years teacher degree apprenticeship. That goes hand in hand with consulting with the sector on introducing a £4,500 early years teacher incentive to attract and keep early years teachers in nurseries serving some of our most disadvantaged communities.
Tim Farron.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I really welcome the Secretary of State's statement to get today on Best Start Family Hubs. I would just draw attention to the words that she said in her statement, that she wanted them to be open to all, rooted in disadvantaged communities. Would she bear in mind the evidence from the Rural Services Network that shows that if rural England was a distinct region of England, it would be England's poorest region. By definition, communities like mine in the Grange Peninsula, in the Lakes, in the Dales and the Eden Valley are a long way from service centres and population centres. So what will she do to guarantee that young people in rural communities like mine will be able to gain benefit from what she's proposing today?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. I know he always champions his community and the needs of rural communities across our country. What we will set out in terms of the additional £500 million for local authorities to deliver the Best Start Family Hubs is guidance on how they can make sure that they're serving the most disadvantaged communities. But of course, local authorities will have flexibility in determining how that operates. I know that many local authorities who've retained or protected some element of similar provision have done so in a way that is really tailored to the needs of their communities. And I'd be happy to discuss this with him further if you'd like to write to me.
Stella Creasy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I join with many of the others reliving our political youth, welcoming Sure Start and paying tribute to the late great Tessa Jowl, who inspired us all with her vision for it. And one of the reasons Tessa was so passionate about Sure Start is she knew ultimately it would also save us money, because investing in families, the evidence now proves it's clear. For £1 in Sure Start, you get £2 back. The chutzpah of the opposition bench, who pushed up demand for childcare but failed to invest in it under the previous government, therefore stands in stark testimony. But my honourable friend will know we still need to put much more funding into childcare. So in the spirit of Tessa Jowell, does she agree with me it is now time to recognise that paying people to stay married, as the Married Couples Allowance does, will not be as productive for helping families in this country as putting the £600 million it costs us into childcare and expanding access further?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, who has always been a really powerful voice around campaigning for childcare, high quality early years education and better support for parents. And I too join with her in paying tribute to our late friend Tessa Jowell, who was made such an enormous contribution, and without whom Sure Start would not have happened. We are all in her debt. My honourable friend invites me to comment on matters of tax policy. She'll forgive me if I don't respond directly to her, but I'll make sure that her views are shared with the Chancellor ahead of any fiscal event. But I can tell her, and she's right, to draw attention to the fact that this Labour government is investing in early years education and childcare, reaching £9 billion next year, a doubling of the early years pupil premium, creating more places in school-based nurseries and ensuring that the brilliant people working in early years get the support and the recognition that they finally deserve.
Thank you,
Madam Deputy Speaker. I spoke about SEND funding in Cambridgeshire in the Westminster Hall debate last month and was inundated with correspondence from constituents who find themselves suffering because of the County Council's inability to meet the statutory delivery timeframe for EHCPs, an issue that's only set to worsen with the lack of clarity around the forthcoming local government reorganisation. In the debate, I asked about these sweeping changes and received no clarity. 60% of EHCPs are outside of special schools. Cambridgeshire already has one of the poorest delivery rates in the country. So how will the removal of a crucial lifeline for so many families in my Huntingdon constituency improve the educational prospects for the children who desperately need this support?
Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst I recognise the honourable gentleman's concern about making sure that his constituents, including children with SEND, get the support that they deserve, I would just gently say to him it does no one any favours to scare parents in the way that he has just done. Because the guiding principle of any reform to the SEND system that we will set out will be about better support for children, strengthened support for children and improved support for children both inside and outside of special schools, improved inclusivity in mainstream schools, more specialist provision in mainstream schools, and absolutely drawing on the expertise of the specialist sector and creating the places where we need them. There will always be a legal right to the additional support for the additional support that children with SEND need. But I would just say to him that he and the party opposite left behind a system that had lost the confidence of parents, where he describes the waits, the delays, the bureaucracy that too many parents have had to endure, and a period of reflection and an ounce of humility would get them a long way.
Tom Hayes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the very best things of the last Labour government was the rollout of Sure Start. And one of the very worst things of the Conservative government was the hollowing out of so many hundreds of Sure Start centres. So I am thrilled by the announcement today. Can she give an assurance to my constituents? Play has been squeezed out of childhood for so many years. Stay and play was such a fundamental part of what Sure Start had to offer. Will she commit here today that stay and play generally will be a fundamental part of the offer of Best Start?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. I know how hard he's campaigned on this issue around Sure Start, but also around the right of all children to play. And I know, like he does, that actually access to stay and play, rhyme time and those kinds of opportunities for children and families are incredibly important, especially for families who simply don't have the money for extras, don't have the money to get on a long bus trip or take their children to soft play. And that's why those kinds of Get my words right, Madam Deputy Speaker. That's why that kind of support for families is so critical, and why Best Start family hubs will make sure opportunities to play, to socialise for children, and for other parents to critically get time together at what can be an isolating time will be a central part of everything that they deliver.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Thursday, I visited the Acorns Nursery and Forest School in Linfield in my constituency. It was founded 40 years ago by the indomitable Janet Irwin, and her manager, Mrs Christina Franks, was awarded an MBE in the King's Birthday Honours recently. They've been Ofsted Outstanding for many years, and following a recent inspection where one new piece of paperwork was found to be missing, they were downgraded. It's absolutely devastating for Mrs Irwin and Mrs Franks. They have shed tears and cancelled their 40th celebrations. The paperwork's now fixed, but Ofsted is unable to come and re-inspect. What advice does the Secretary of State have for the Acorns?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady will understand I can't comment on individual cases, but if she would be able to write to me with the details, I can make sure that Ofsted look carefully at the matters that she set out today and provide her with a full response.
Jade Botterill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My first step into politics was campaigning to keep my local Shorestart Centre open after the Tories took the short-sighted and, quite frankly, barbaric decision to decimate their funding. I'm pleased that with Kirklees Council receiving funding, parents in my constituency can once again get the help they need and children can get the best start to life. Would the Secretary of State agree with me that this is a difference a Labour government makes, where the Conservatives choose to close places to support families, we choose to open them?
Well done. I'm grateful to my honourable friend. It's only through her election and through a Labour government that this investment will be coming to her community. The first investment will start to flow this year to allow her local authority to get the systems and structures in place to open up as of next year. And I am delighted that in the first year of a Labour government, her constituents are already starting to feel the benefits that come of having sent her to this place.
Mark Francois.
Thank you, Mom. May I endorse the tribute to the late Tessa Jowett? She was a remarkable lady. The Secretary of State pointedly refused to rule out scrapping EHCPs. If that is her intention, could I genuinely offer her some advice? Please don't do that. I've had parents in my surgery in tears of frustration, having sometimes have to spend over 2 years navigating a bureaucratic assault course to get an EHCP. Please, if those are then taken away, there will be an anguished and angry backlash. So whatever the Secretary of State is contemplating on SEN, please, please don't abolish EHCPs.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the right honourable gentleman has set out with a great degree of clarity why the system that we have at the moment just isn't working. Because his experience is the experience of many members across this House. I too have met with many constituents who struggle for far too long to get the support that their children deserve. That's why, whilst investing through the budget and through the spending review in more training for staff, in more places, and in better support for children with SEND, we are also taking our time to get this right. That's why I'm listening very carefully with parents, with campaigners, with charities and others, so that the reform we set out deals with precisely the concerns that he raises around how hard it can be, how adversarial it can be, and how parents have lost confidence in the system. But on a more positive note, of course, his local authority will benefit from today's announcement and will see additional funding to go towards a Best Start family hub in his community.
Jen Craft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Quite frankly, I'm shocked that the members opposite seem to be suffering from a collective amnesia when it comes to figuring out how we got into this state in the first place. And I would have welcomed, as a SEN parent over the last 7 years, some of the concern that they are showing to those who have children with SEND in early years today. I would have welcomed that when I was struggling. Parents are anxious and worried, and that has not risen from a void, but anxious and worried they are. So I will ask the Secretary of State today what reassurance and commitment she can give that parents and families of children with SEND will be listened to, that their voices will be heard in any changes to the forthcoming white paper for the SEND system. Change is desperately needed, but parents and families and children must be at the heart of that.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend speaks with real power, real expertise and personal experience on these matters. And I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to discuss much of this with her about the experiences that she has had as a parent, as well as a constituency MP, about what needs to change. I can give her the absolute and categorical assurance that that work won't just happen, it is already underway. I'm spending much time listening to and speaking with parents of children with SEND, with campaigners, with charities, with school leaders and with others. There is a broad acceptance that the system that we have at the moment just isn't working, and the guiding principle of any reform that we bring forward will be rooted in better life chances for our children with SEND. That will be the guiding principle. More support, strengthened support, more timely support, but we're already delivering, backed up with extra investment going into the system. I appreciate the important need to build parents' confidence in the system ahead of any wider reform, and that's why, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are taking action already, but longer-term reform, we are determined to get this right, and I look forward to working with her on making that a reality.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Wiltshire is part of the F40 group, which means we get less money than practically anywhere else, despite the extra cost imposed by rurality. But we were delighted last April when it was announced as part of the Safety Valve programme we would get a new SEND school at Bitham Park in Westbury for 130 children, reducing the number of extra out-of-county placements that we have every year. Will the Minister say whether that programme will continue under her plans and guarantee that we can still look forward to that new school opening next year?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the right honourable gentleman will understand I don't have at hand the precise details of the constituency school that he raises. I'd be happy to arrange a meeting with him, with the relevant minister, to discuss this further. We have secured additional investment in capital at the spending review. I do recognise the wider question that he raises about making sure there are more local places closer to home for children to avoid children having to travel long distances, and that is something we are looking at very carefully. But as I say, I'd be happy for him to have a meeting with the Minister to discuss it further.
Mohammed Yazin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the government's focus on prevention through the rollout of Best Start family hubs. In Bedford, we have seen the benefits of integrated services, building on the Sure Start legacy, with the All Hallows Family Hub set to open soon in Bedford Town Centre. So I would like to invite the Secretary of State, will she visit this hub to see how joined up youth and family services can support children, prevent antisocial behaviour and give every child the best start in life.
I'm delighted to hear about the experience in my honourable friend's constituency. I'll do my very best to come and visit, but if not, I'm sure one of my ministerial colleagues will be able to join with them in to see the services directly.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Some of the most vulnerable and disadvantaged children are those who have been adopted or may have kinship care. Will there be any specific support at these Best Start family hubs for those who might have lost out on access and support due to the cuts to the Adoption and Special Guardianship Support Fund?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the extra investment that's going into Best Start family hubs runs alongside the additional £500 million that we're committing to early support and preventative services with colleagues at MHCLG. I know a number of colleagues have also raised questions about the Adoption and Special Guardianship Support Fund. We recognise the importance of that fund. It's why we have provided a budget of £50 million for the next year, but we have had to take decisions in order to ensure that more children are able to benefit from the support. But this also, Madam Deputy Speaker, runs hand in hand with kinship allowances and improved support for foster carers that we are determined to deliver as part of our wider reforms of children's social care.
Florence Eshelome. And I welcome my right honourable friend's announcement today. This will make such a big difference for so many families across Vauxhall and Camberwell Green. One of the issues that the Secretary of State is aware of is the SEND override and the issues that's causing many local authorities. After temporary accommodation and adult social care, SEND is the other key area many local authorities are looking at. So I welcome that she wants to work with campaigners, with families to look at that long-term issue. Secretary of State also outlined the digital offer for this, the new Best Start family hubs. she'll be aware that many families, the very ones that we need to target, are actually the digitally excluded families. Can she outline and expand a bit more on what that digital offer will be?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for her questions, and where it comes to the statutory override that she mentions, and I know as chair of the Select Committee she takes a serious interest in this area, we recognise that local authorities will need support during the transition to a reformed SEND system. It's why we have extended the statutory override at the spending review, and she knows that we've set out and will set out more detail around this for local authorities. In terms of the digital offer, I appreciate the point that she raises about ensuring that all families can access services. Digital, there are still challenges within our country around digital exclusion, and she's right to draw attention to those. It's why, alongside the digital offer, and we'll set out more detail about how that also aligns with the NHS offer before long, but it's also why effective outreach support and community engagement is also critical. And learning the lessons of Sure Start, one of the key lessons that I think we should all take from that, and where the evidence is incredibly strong, is that Sure Start was at its best, at its most effective, and had the greatest reach and impact where it came to disadvantaged children, where there was strong engagement with communities, and that's why through the work recently the Cabinet Office has been leading, we've learnt some really important ways in which we can ensure that more disadvantaged parents, where those who might be struggling with issues like poverty, are able to access those services. And as we take forward the wider rollout, we'll ensure that we take that on board as well.
Robbie Marr.
Madam Deputy Speaker, over 300,000 children in mainstream schools receive education, health and care plans, but many of those are from my constituency of Keighley and Ilkley. But yet it is being widely reported that this vital provision may disappear for those children within mainstream education. Now, whatever the SEND system's challenges, surely the answer is not to remove these rights, as families cannot afford to lose these precious legal protections. So can the Secretary of State confirm that as part of the plans going forward, EHCPs will not be removed for those children within mainstream education?
Madam Deputy Speaker, isn't it fascinating how many members opposite suddenly have a keen interest in support for children with SEND? A keen interest. And he blithely says, whatever the challenges, of the SEND system, whatever the challenges, they're the challenges that they left behind. They are challenges that this Labour government will rise to. There will always be a legal right to the additional support children with SEND need, and we will protect it. But alongside that, there will be a better system with strengthened support, improved access and more funding, something the party opposite failed to do in 14 years. They left a terrible mess behind. Families, children failed. A degree of humility and understanding from any of them would get us a lot further along the way. And if they don't want to be constructive about it, if they continue to duck the decisions, we, however, will confront them and make sure that all of our children are able to achieve and thrive, something they showed no interest in.
David Williams.
Madam Deputy Speaker, today's a really proud moment for me because 20 years ago I worked for our brilliant Sure Start centres in Stoke-on-Trent. I saw firsthand the way they completely transformed the lives of families in my area. I then saw the terrible removal of family support caused in the austerity years by the party opposite. They left more kids in poverty and more living in care. So can the Secretary of State outline how the rollout of more family hubs will improve school readiness, help to lessen the numbers of kids living in poverty and the numbers living in care in my constituency of Stoke-on-Trent North and Kids Grove?
Madam Deputy Speaker, he saw at first hand the difference that Sure Start made. But through his election to this place, a new generation of children in his constituency will once again benefit from the kind of support that was so essential. And that's why we will be supporting his local authority with additional funding to support this. He is also right that this is also a question of children growing up in poverty and the wider failures we see in our children's social care system. It's why I'm so proud that thanks to the actions of a Labour government, more children will receive free school meals through expanding free school meals eligibility to all families in receipt of universal credit. And alongside that, we will deliver the biggest reform in a generation to children's social care to make sure that families are better supported to stay together where they can with early help and targeted intervention. But where that isn't possible, that our most vulnerable children do not see wholly inadequate, terrible placements that fail to deliver the kind of support that we would expect for our own children. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the difference a Labour government will make.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
Deputy Speaker, and can I sincerely thank the Secretary of State for her announcement today, recognising that one-stop shops for advice and support should be available to every parent in every community. And I'm sure she'll know that my local authority, West Sussex County Council, currently does not receive Start for Life funding. So I'm excited to see how this delivers for my constituents in Chichester. As the chair of the APPG on infant feeding, can the Secretary of State confirm that these Best Start centres will be firmly rooted in evidence-based feeding support to ensure that all parents, regardless of how they choose to feed their babies, can access the guidance and help that they so desperately need?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady, and through the announcement today, the Department for Education will be funding support in her constituency, and I'm sure that will make a big difference to the people that she represents. I'm grateful for the work that she does around infant feeding, and yes, I can give her the assurance that there will be support put in place, but rooted in the best available evidence right across all of the interventions that the Best Start Family Hubs will provide. If there's more information she'd like to share with me in terms of the work of the all-party group, I would of course be happy to consider that further.
Then Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was pleased to meet officials from the Right Honourable Lady's department in Hackney at a centre. And what was really apparent there, I also met officials from the DWP, that the work that's being done to try and help parents get into work and get that support is critical. Could she expand on how that's going to fit into these Best Start centres?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for identifying the work that is already going on in her constituency. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, the strategy that we're setting out today, whilst led from the Department for Education, is the work that we will drive right across government, working together with colleagues in the Department for Work and Pensions around access to childcare support, around routes back into work and training for parents, but also with colleagues in the Department for Health and Social Care, about how we improve access to speech and language support, health visiting support and much more besides. And that's why my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, set out a direction which aligns with ours through the 10-year NHS plan.
Dr Neil Shastrahurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In her statement, the Secretary of State said every child deserves a great education, and that includes children with SEND. I don't think anybody could disagree with that. But for parents and pupils in my constituency of Solihull, Western Shirley, and in fact up and down the country, warm words are one thing, but concrete outcomes are another. So can the Secretary of State guarantee that not a single child who is currently in receipt of special needs support will lose it under the government's policies?
Madam Deputy Speaker, children will continue to receive the high quality support that they need. I can give him that absolute and categorical assurance. But I would once again just observe that members opposite didn't show this same level of interest when they were last in government. That's why we've ended up in this sorry state where far too many children are being failed by the system left behind by his party. We are determined, Madam Deputy Speaker, to improve outcomes for children with SEND, to put in place better support, and that is backed up by extra investment already going into the system. Of course, there is much more that we need to do to deliver better outcomes for all children. That is what we are working towards. That is why the reform that we will set out will be properly informed and shaped by the conversations, the discussions and the meetings that I, ministerial colleagues and officials are having with parents, with groups, with other campaigners in order to get this right. And if the party opposite would like to be constructive about that just for once, then I'd be happy to engage with them on it. But that's not what we're seeing this afternoon, I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Rachel Hopkins.
Speaker, and the rollout of the Best Start Family Hubs across every local council area will be a huge difference to families tackling inequalities in my constituency of Luton South and South Bedfordshire, particularly that cross-working between health, social care and education. And like so many others, I'm absolutely incredulous at the party opposite who forced so many cuts on local authorities, helped by the Liberal Democrats in the coalition years, that led to the demise of Sure Start centres. So does the Minister agree with me that it is yet again a Labour government that comes along to make the decisions that are going to break down those barriers to opportunities for all children, regardless of postcode?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, it is this Labour government that will ensure that families get better access to health support, to family services, and are able to do so much more rapidly. And she's right to draw attention to the record of the last government in this area. But she will also know that it's not just here in this part of the work that we are doing, that we are delivering real change for families in her community. And I was delighted to join with her to visit one of the first new free breakfast clubs opening up at Denbury Primary School, and it was brilliant to be there right at the start of their expansion of that breakfast club. That is the difference that she is bringing to her community, to families, to children and their life chances.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Jill, a speech and language therapist in my constituency, told me that in the last 5 years, the decline in children's ability to be understood and socialise has been stark, leading to their own isolation. And I also heard from William's mum yesterday, also to the isolation of their mums and dads who nobody wants to be with because their children are difficult. So can the Minister confirm whether health visitors and those who can identify speech and developmental delay will be in Best Start family hubs, and how local authorities in Dorset, which appear affluent but have pockets of deep poverty, will be able to access funding?
Deputy Speaker, I can confirm that, and she is right to draw attention to the critical work of our health visitors and our speech and language therapists, who do some amazing work to support children and families, but I appreciate at the moment often feel overstretched and overworked. That's why we want to make sure, and I'm working closely with the Health Secretary on ensuring not only do we support more health visitors to train and to work in the profession, but also that we deliver improvements to health visiting to better support parents to make it easier to access health visiting services, to make sure that more of our children are getting those early checks that are so important in identifying speech and language need at the earliest possible point. And it's why I've also seen some brilliant work that our speech and language therapists have been doing around this. Now, some children, of course, will always continue to have enduring need that requires specialist intervention. But I also think there's more that we can do in reception year around the Nuffield early language intervention to identify children who perhaps need additional targeted support, but actually with that support can make very rapid progress. And that is, the evidence is clear that that's particularly the case around more disadvantaged children.
Melanie Arn.
Today's news on Best Start family hubs is absolutely brilliant. The loss of Sure Start in communities like mine is something that is still keenly felt by the local community. But the support that families need isn't just Monday to Friday, which was brought home to me on a visit to the family department at my local hospital last week. Is there any thought being given to services being extended, particularly when it comes to healthcare, education, as well as the additional support in those hubs that will continue to weekends as well?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is right, both in terms of access to family support services but also access to health services. This is something that I've discussed with the Health Secretary. I know it's something he takes a keen interest in as well, because what can also happen is that when families are only able to access appointments, perhaps during the school day, that can also mean children's attendance at school takes a hit as well. And that's why through the NHS 10-year plan, we're working very closely on that too. I'd also add to my honourable friend that one of the lessons that I saw from the last Sure Start programme was actually where we listen to communities and listen to parents. It's where we deliver the services that they want, not always the services that professionals think they need. And that's why working with parents, with communities, in designing services in a way that is genuinely accessible to them will be a critical part of what we expect local authorities to be doing.
Vera Hophouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, only 34% of disadvantaged pupils in Bath met the required standards for reading, writing or math in 2021-22, well below the national average. And it's always surprising. Bath is a prosperous city, but it has very deep pockets of deprivation. The Languages for Life programme in my constituency has made a big difference in schools who participated to those young people who needed additional and not specialist support. And she has already made allusions to that difference between additional and specialist support. How can she ensure that actually the most disadvantaged families who are least likely to ask for support will actually have access to these additional services?
Madam Deputy Speaker, she's right in seeking to make sure that families that are facing extra challenges or struggles and the most disadvantaged families have access to Best Start family hubs. Again, it's why the evidence, particularly from the first phase of Sure Start, demonstrated that engagement with parents and communities, good outreach work is critical to building that. And I do recognise what she says around some of the gaps that we see, including in what can be otherwise perceived as prosperous communities. It's why we're putting a lot of emphasis on support for reception year to make sure that as children arrive at school, they have the support that they need to thrive, and making sure that our brilliant staff working in early years and in reception are able to identify need much more quickly and put in place the support that's required.
Mr. Strathern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the importance of family hubs, I know the Secretary of State shared my disappointment that neither Central Bedfordshire nor Hertfordshire previously received a single penny of family funding. And it was vulnerable families in my constituency in the towns and villages around those areas who are paying the price. So I'm delighted that we're putting that right today. Now, one of the shortcomings that led to was not enough young people with special educational needs were having those needs identified early and supports put in place at an early age when we all know the evidence tells us it will be most effective. So how, as we roll out more Best Start in Life hubs, can we make sure that tackling SEND challenges and providing support at the earliest possible opportunity is at the heart of the government's plan?
I agree with my honourable friend, and what we want to ensure is that no parent faces parenthood alone. Being a parent is a wonderful joy, but comes with sometimes many challenges, and that is particularly true where, as a parent, you might be worried that your child's struggling, they're not quite making the progress that you would expect. And being able to access family support services close to home is absolutely critical. And he's right to draw attention also to the need for better support for children with SEND. And that's why we'll make sure that Best Start family hubs will have a dedicated professional working with families of children with additional needs.
Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome today's announcement. But Joanne in my constituency of Taunton Wellington has asked me to advocate for children with special educational needs and disability, given the numbers involved and the limitations on resources, at a time when Somerset's auditors have blamed the predecessor council for decisions which, I quote, will lead to funding shortfalls in every year in perpetuity. Will the Secretary of State and the Government ensure that councils like Somerset are properly funded so that parents and children with special educational needs don't have to wait the 1 to 2 years they currently do for assessment, which can devastate their education?
Madam Deputy Speaker, at the budget and at the spending review, we allocated additional investment to support councils, but I do recognise what he is saying about the importance of timely support in identifying need much more quickly and putting in place the support that's required. But that's why we are investing an extra £1 billion into SEND support, why we're providing councils with £740 million to support councils to create more specialist places in mainstream schools in order to make sure that we build parents' confidence in the system, we create the places that are needed, alongside additional investment to support the workforce around better support for children with SEND.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am so grateful for the focus and commitment that my right honourable friend is putting and investing in our very youngest, not least because when you invest in early years, you change the trajectory of a child's life. Will she look at the model we've created in York, where we don't only have a SEND coordinator, but we have a SEND hub, so that we can bring all of those specialist services together, which can really be transformative for families as a one-stop shop?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. I know the Minister has visited and has seen at first hand the difference and the impact that is making. What we are very keen to do through this programme and through wider developments in terms of the strategy is to really draw on the brilliant practice and expertise that's out there. And I'd be happy to discuss that further with my honourable friend to really understand what York are doing well and how we might think of that as the basis for further developments right across the country.
Monica Harding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I invite the Secretary of State to congratulate Burhill School in Hersham, whom I visited this morning, who have been re-awarded their Excellence in Wellbeing for the second year in a row, providing great mental health provision. My constituency in Easham Morton is a large contributor to the Exchequer, but it is also one of the most unequal. And head teachers see this disadvantage every year when in their reception classes. So can the Minister commit that these hubs will be distributed throughout the country in every constituency where there is need?
She's absolutely right about the importance of mental health within our schools, and that's why we're rolling out mental health support teams right across the country. What I can confirm to the House today is that, as well as making sure we've got funding in place for the areas that don't currently receive funding, that's 65 local authorities, we'll also be rolling out additional investment into all local authorities. We'll confirm allocations for all local authorities in the autumn, but this is an extra £500 million of investment over the course of the spending review period, a significant extra investment into our children and their life chances.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for her brilliant statement today, and as I did with the PM last week, thank her for a recent visit to Harlow. Can I ask how these hubs, like Sure Start before them, will work in collaboration with local community groups to benefit people in Harlow and across Essex? And I have to say, people on the doorstep still talk about the importance of Sure Start in my community.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we'll make sure that voluntary and community groups have an important role to play through our family hubs, and I'm grateful for everything that he does to champion Harlow and his community. And Harlow will now benefit from the extra investment that I'm announcing today through the Best Start in Life strategy, and it's through his election to this place and a Labour government that his constituents will once more see the services that they need and they deserve.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank very much the Secretary of State for her statement today, and it's really good news. I very much welcome the report today. The Secretary of State has released which states that postcodes shouldn't dictate the support available, as 1 in 4 families with children under 5 cannot access local children's centres or family hubs, rising to 1 in 3 low-income families. So today, the Secretary of State has ensured that more children, more parents will be able to access opportunity. Truly good news. The Secretary of State will be aware that children live in greater poverty in Northern Ireland more than more postcodes here. I know personally, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Secretary of State has a deep interest in Northern Ireland, while she doesn't have responsibility for it. But I appreciate that, and there are conversations that you should have with me and indeed with other members of Parliament from Northern Ireland. We very much welcome that. So what discussions can the Secretary of State have with the Education Minister at the Northern Ireland Assembly to ensure that the children in Northern Ireland postcodes have access to these types of hubs, and perhaps maybe additional barring consequential funding will be available for the rural areas which are so widely isolated. Thanks so much.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Honourable Gentleman knows, I was in Northern Ireland at the end of last year, during which time I was able to, as part of the work co-chairing the Child Poverty Task Force, meet with many charities, campaigners and parents about what they wanted to see through that work. And that was important to hear, because the responsibilities that we carry through the Child Poverty Task Force are of course UK-wide. But I would also just say to him that that was also a welcome opportunity for all UK education ministers to come together, including his colleagues in Northern Ireland, and we continue to work with our colleagues right across the UK as part of that important work.
Josh Dean.
Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for her statement today and her recognition that where you live shouldn't dictate the support available to you when you're growing up or when you want to start a family. I really welcome the work that she is leading on to support our young people's mental health and well-being, and I know she will recognise that we are seeing children younger and younger presenting with mental health issues. So can she set out how our Best Start family hubs will help to address the early drivers of mental illness for children and young people before they reach crisis point, and ensure that every child is supported to thrive from an early age?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and through the announcement today, his local authority will benefit from extra investment and into Best Start family hubs. And again, that's the difference that comes of electing him to this place. And he's right to identify the growing challenge that many of our young people experience around their well-being and mental health, including at a young age. Alongside the support we need to put in place at an early point, I know my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, is also determined to make sure we're taking action for more acute services where it comes to the unacceptable waits we see for CAM services. But in addition, what will be critical through the work of Best Start family hubs is also support for our parents as well, because it's parents working together with their children and professionals that makes the biggest difference, and the evidence from Sure Start was clear about that.
Sonia Kumar.
I warmly welcome the Secretary of State's announcement. In Dudley, our family hub is in St Thomas's, one of the most deprived wards in the borough. Currently, it provides parent groups, baby clinics, prenatal, sport and much more, but its funding
is uncertain. Could my right honourable friend outline what this new announcement will enhance the hub so families continue to receive the vital services, including SEND support?
Madam Deputy Speaker, through the announcement today, we're making sure that areas that don't currently receive funding will receive it, but alongside that, we'll be ensuring that all local authorities are able to deliver into the next phase. She is right that the services in her community, including those serving the most disadvantaged communities, make an enormous difference. And that's why I'm incredibly proud that we're investing £500 million across the spending review period. And that will allow us to reach 500,000 more children than is the case right now.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate my right honourable friend partly for the launch of the Year of Reading today, which as Chair of the APPG on Literacy is a wonderful and joyous thing to see, because we all know that reading with children can be great not just for their literacy development but for their oracy as well, but also boosting confidence and parents' engagement with children. In Stoke-on-Trent we've got a wonderful family hub operating in the Bentley ward of my constituency. The success of that particular family hub is because it's been co-created by organisations on the ground like Thrive at 5 and the Alpha Academy and others who understand the importance of the families and the nuances in those communities. So could you set out more a little bit about what flexibility there will be in these future hubs, and could I invite her or one of her ministerial team to come and visit the Bentley hub so that they can see what great work we're doing and where that might help inform national practice?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I've heard much about the work that's going on in Stoke, including the Thrive at 5 programme, and I know that my honourable friend has met with the Minister to talk about this further. I'd be happy, or perhaps my colleague might be able to come and visit, but I'd love to see and hear more about what's going on there, because I've heard some wonderful things. And I think it does demonstrate the value that comes of ensuring that services are responsive to what parents want, as well as there being a clear set of expectations about minimum levels of support, alongside that really targeted to the needs of communities and to parents. That was where Sure Start was absolutely at its best, listening to communities, working with communities, building that trust, including amongst those families who might otherwise not feel able to access that kind of service. And I'm delighted, as he mentions the National Year of Reading and the work that he's played in making this a reality, that today we are announcing that 2026 will be a National Year of Reading, which will be a welcome and timely opportunity to spread the joy and love of reading right throughout our country, to make sure that all of our children have access to a fantastic range of books, but how we as adults actually can perhaps lead by example, read a little bit more, perhaps stop scrolling quite so much and do a bit more reading.
Jessica Turl.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State and her department for rightly putting a spotlight on early years. Before coming into this place, I led a global campaign to ensure that early childhood development was included in the UN Sustainable Goals, and worked with the late great Tessa Jowell to highlight the UK's global leadership on this subject. Now, it's great to see a Labour government stepping back into that leadership role, because we know that early interventions are critical, especially for children with additional needs. So on that point, can the Secretary of State confirm how SEND provision will be embedded in these Best Start family hubs to support parents and children in my Bournemouth West constituency?
Yeah.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend and for all of the campaigning that she's done over many years to get us to this point. It is only a Labour government that will be bringing forward this kind of strategy to ensure that all of our children are set up to succeed, how we break that link between background and success, and how we make sure at the earliest point, at the earliest moments in our children's lives, we give them the support that they need. It's why we are setting out through the strategy today the important work that the Best Start family hubs will provide in terms of trained support for children with SEND, better able to identify additional needs at an earlier point. And that runs alongside further funding where it comes to early years SENCOs as well, so that in our early years settings, staff are better trained, better able to support families, and that when children arrive at school, teachers there are already able to understand where there might be additional challenges or where extra support may be required.
Jazz Athwal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her statement. In Ilford, our engagement hubs, which bring together family services, citizens advice, Revs and Bens teams, enforcement officers, in effect the council is taken into the community. So I particularly welcome today's announcement of Best Start family hubs, but on a similar model. Can the Minister
explore the opportunity to co-locate services as per the Redbridge model, and confirm trained SEND coordinators will be placed in these new hubs to identify needs, work with parents and ensure easy access to early years support. Thank you.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for identifying the brilliant work that's already going on in his constituency, and through the announcement today and through the Best Start in Life strategy, his community and his constituents will see extra investment and more support for precisely the kinds of services that he identifies. And this will be a crucial part of the shift that we make both in education and in health, moving away from treatment to prevention, with more support rooted in communities, easier for parents and families to access, and critically focused on delivering the best start in life for all of our children.
Leingham. Like others, I welcome the 90s resurgence, and with that in mind, may I ask the Secretary of State how this announcement will coincide with commitments made for inclusive play in parks. I'm sure we all agree that all children deserve a park life. Yay.
That was very good from my honourable friend. I slightly resisted being drawn into the Oasis references earlier, and now we've moved into Blur. I'll kind of stay out of that one, even though I've got my views on my preference there. My honourable friend is right to talk about the importance of play for all children. And I think what is striking, and she will have heard the same things from her younger constituents, I'm sure, is that actually many of our children often don't feel safe to go out of the house, don't feel safe on our streets. And that is something that we absolutely have to tackle, because it is having a big impact, not just on their health, their mental health, their physical health. And I'd be happy to discuss it further with her.
Speaker, I thank the Minister for her statement. At a recent Joint Select Committee meeting of Work and Pensions and Education, Sure Start was named as by the panel as the most positive policy for children of the last Labour government. A very proud legacy. Yet the party opposite closed 50% of our centres in Leicestershire. Does the Minister agree with me that building the foundations and investing in families, like the family hub we have in North West Leicestershire, will ensure long-term benefits like those we saw achieved by Sure Start? And can she say how Best Start family hubs will work alongside preschools and our local primary schools to aid with that delicate transition into school?
Well said. I'm grateful to my honourable friend. These hubs will be key to our vision about how we better join up services in the community around education and health, but they'll also work with voluntary and community groups, with childminders, with libraries and others to bring services close to local people. Alongside that, she talks about the important links between early years settings and the start at school. Through the strategy, we're setting out how we'll do more to better join up the support between early years settings and schools, how we use that as the basis for greater expertise, training and development, but how crucially we use that as the basis for better life chances and opportunities for our children. Because if we can identify perhaps where children are struggling and not making the progress that we would hope they're making, if that can be shared at the start of school, that will make a really big difference.
Alex Baker.
Thank you, Madam As the mother of young children myself, I welcome the creation of Best Start in Life family hubs and share this government's determination to give every child the best start in life in Aldershot, Farnborough, Hawley, Blackwater and Yateley. My constituency is home to thousands of serving personnel and their families. Military life can bring unique pressures, frequent relocations, disrupted healthcare and childcare and long periods of separation. Will the Secretary of State set out how these new hubs will support armed forces families and honour our commitments to prevent discrimination under the Armed Forces Covenant?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for everything that she does to champion our armed forces communities, not least given the importance to her constituency. And I will make sure that we reflect further on how we can ensure that our forces families are able to access services. Her local authority is one area that currently does not receive funding, and through the announcement today will shortly receive funding. They will share in a £12 million development grant that we'll confirm in the next few weeks. in order to support them to hit the ground running and set up from April next year with then ongoing support through the spending review period. But I do take seriously the challenge that she offers about making sure that Forces families are able to access and benefit from the services, and I'd be happy to have a conversation with her, or if she was able to provide more information about what would be helpful to her constituency, I would happily look into that.
Lawrence Turner.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I strongly welcome the Secretary of State's announcement today. In Birmingham, 40 Sure Start children's centres were shut down under the Conservatives, including 7 in my constituency, with devastating consequences for thousands of children who needed that support. So it's so welcome, and I'm so glad that Labour is taking action to turn the tide. Will the Secretary of State confirm when those funding allocations made at a local authority level are made, that factors such as population size and child poverty rates will be taken into account, which are particularly important in an authority like Birmingham?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and yes, we will consider the factors that he describes. What we will do later on in the autumn is confirm the allocations across all local authorities for the next phase. That runs alongside the development grant that will go out to local authorities who do not currently receive funding. But this will be a massive boost to his constituents and to those right across the country, with £500 million over the course of the spending review period.
Rosie Writing.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As someone who felt the benefits of being born into and growing up in the last Labour government, I welcome this Labour government's decisions to give children the best start in life. The local charity Home Star in Kettering does phenomenal work, but over recent years they've seen an increase in demand for their services. So can the Secretary of State confirm how the Best Start strategy will work with local charities to help achieve this government's objective to get more children school ready?
My honourable friend is right to draw attention to the important work of voluntary and community groups who will have a central role to play, not least because they are often better able to access and support families who might find it otherwise difficult to go through the doors of a centre, who might feel a certain kind of reluctance about statutory services. Their role and their work is absolutely critical to what we will be taking forward. And she's right, the last Labour government did amazing things, and the announcement today is building on that proud record of Sure Start.
Daniel Francis.
Deputy Speaker, as a fellow SEND parent, I fully concur with the comments made by my honourable friend for Thurrock about the system we've inherited and the lack of humility from the opposite benches. I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for visiting my constituency to Pearswood Primary School in Slade Green 10 days ago to see the incredible work carried out by staff there. Now, Slade Green and the northern part of Crayford had real levels of deprivation, and my Conservative council, run by Bexley, closed the Sure Start centres in both of those wards. So does the Minister think it was ridiculous that they did that, but also that the Conservative council in London Borough of Bexley received no money from the previous Conservative government for family hubs? And will she commit today to turning that round and finally giving my council money for family hubs?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, as part of today's announcement, his local authority will now receive funding to roll out those services. And I join with him in the sheer incredulity, really, that such effective, brilliant services were closed. How short-sighted, and what an impact that we have seen on children and their life chances. But I know from the visit I did to Pearswood in his constituency how much brilliant work there is going on, the amazing staff working in our schools and early years education, but also what a brilliant Member of Parliament they have here in this House championing their cause.
Yuan Yang.
Speaker. I hear the most thought-provoking questions from my youngest constituents. On a recent infant school visit, a 6-year-old asked me what I thought the government's most important achievements might be. Today I'd like to tell her that our 2 local authorities of Wokingham and Reading Borough Council, which previously received no family hub funding, are now set to each receive a Best Start family hub, and that is one of the most important achievements a Labour government can make. The Institute for Fiscal Studies is clear about the evaluation and the economic long-term benefits. Will the Secretary of State ensure that economic evaluation is baked in so we can ensure these projects are funded for the long run?
Absolutely, Madam Deputy Speaker. The impact in terms of children and their life chances is clear, but the work of the IFS that we've looked at very carefully is also clear about the wider economic benefits as well. And I am delighted that her constituents will now benefit from a Best Start family hub. And the reason that they will benefit, the reason the children in her community that she just mentioned will benefit, is because the people of her constituency sent her to this place and elected a Labour government.
Josh Fenton Glynn.
Deputy Speaker, the last government's decimation of Sure Start was nothing short of social vandalism, and that's why the paroxysms of outrage from the benches opposite felt like an arsonist complaining that the fire service hadn't put the fire out quickly enough. So that's why I welcome these moves by this government and this policy, because the family hubs will make a real difference. But can my honourable friend tell me how constituencies like mine in Calder Valley, which are defined by towns and somewhat ropey local transport, will get the full benefit of these family hubs in the same way that urban areas will too?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and his community will benefit from the extra investment from today's announcement, alongside the wider announcements in the Best Start in Life strategy, which focuses on a number of important areas, from early years education to reception to the support we put in place for parents and the funding in terms of how we deliver that. He's right to draw attention, as others have done, about the needs of communities perhaps where there is geographic isolation and the needs of rural communities. That's why often some of the best and most effective work that we have seen has included where that can involve outreach work to working directly with communities and with families to understand their needs and to tailor and deliver services accordingly, really responsive to what parents are telling services would be best and most effective for them.
Luke Meyer.
Deputy Speaker. Last year I was delighted to welcome my right honourable friend to our family hub in Gisborough, one of 3 we opened as a Labour Council across East Cleveland, and I commend the work of Nicola Hall and her team for the work they do in those centres. But today our government has gone even further by investing in early years services to benefit working families right across the country, so I commend this statement and the Secretary of State for delivering it. Can she confirm whether local authorities with existing provision such as mine will be able to access this funding and benefit into the future?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and that was a fantastic visit we had to his constituency, and it does demonstrate that even in the face of the very difficult funding settlement that many local councils have endured, there are brilliant councils that have sought to prioritise investment. I know that he, through his work as the then lead member on that council, did incredible work in ensuring families had access to support. And what has always remained with me from the visit that we did was how important it was to bring speech and language provision into the family hub, and that's something that we really want to build on. But yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can confirm that all local authorities will benefit from this announcement today, including my honourable friend, and will confirm allocations for all local authorities in the autumn.
Peter Swallow.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the previous Conservative government did not give a penny to Bracknell Forest to deliver early years support through family hubs. Can the Secretary of State confirm that she will end this injustice? Because Bracknell families need that support too, for SEND, for speech and language, for health support. It's so desperately needed. Will she provide that support?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will make sure that his local authority gets the support that they were previously denied. They will be able to share in a £12 million development grant. We'll confirm that in the next few weeks so that they can hit the ground running and get in place the services that are needed from April next year. And then we'll confirm the wider programme of allocations alongside it. I know how much he cares about ensuring that all of our children get the best start in life, including children with SEND. And it's only through the fact that his constituents sent him here and delivered a Labour government that they will now benefit from Best Start family hubs and all the brilliant services that will run alongside it.
Alison Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I really welcome this statement today, as I'm sure the residents of Normancote, who have an excellent family hub that they fought hard to save many years ago. But we need more in my constituency of Stoke-on-Trent South. Stoke-on-Trent consistently lags behind the national average. Many children start school unable to speak. Infant mortality rates are the highest in the country. We consistently rank highest for the number of children in care across England, and in some parts of my constituency of Stoke-on-Trent South, child poverty is as high as 76%. Stoke's children deserve better. The Best Start hubs offer an opportunity to improve infant health, help children reach their development goals, and improve parental well-being. Will the Minister meet with me to discuss the critical need for more of these hubs in my constituency?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. She's absolutely right to draw attention to the shocking failure that we've seen to support so many children, where it comes to those growing up in poverty or children going through the social care system, where the outcomes are often tragic, inexplicable, given the trauma that many of those young people have experienced. It's why we are bringing forward reform to children's social care to make sure all of our children get the best start in life. And my humble friend is leading that work and brings experience from her own social work background to understand how we can do more. I'd be more than happy to meet with my honourable friend to discuss how we can go further, but her local authority will be benefiting shortly from extra investment around the development grant and then wider funding across the spending review period.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I warmly welcome the rollout of Best Start family hubs that build on the legacy of Sure Start, one of the proudest achievements of the last Labour government. Yeah. The Secretary of State may remember on our last visit to my constituency of Hartlepool that we visited High Tunstall College of Science, where the head told us that he could pinpoint precisely the year group that had not had Sure Start. Such were the additional challenges that those young people faced. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that not only is this brilliant announcement today an investment in our children and our grandchildren, but actually in our wider society that ultimately saves the taxpayer money?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right that as well as the very real benefits this brings to children and families, there are clear economic benefits alongside that as well. And he describes what I've heard from so many school leaders, college leaders and in fact university vice principals across our country, where they will tell me, if you can do one thing, invest in the early years, because that's where you will make the single biggest difference. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is what this Labour government is doing.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Secretary of State for her really fantastic statement today. Can she elaborate, though, on how the Best Start family hubs will support families that I represent in Erewash and indeed across Derbyshire, who are fighting for a better deal for children with special educational needs and disabilities?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising this issue. It's why we know that with the system we have at the moment, change and reform is needed. That's why we're investing an extra £1 billion into support for children with SEND. It's why we're investing into capital programmes to create the places that are needed in mainstream schools, specialist places in mainstream, alongside delivering better mainstream inclusion. It's why through programmes like the PINS programme that we're rolling out across even more than 1,000 extra schools, we're delivering the support around neurodivergence that many of our staff say that they need. But also what I've seen through that programme is the critical work that can be done together between parents and staff, often quite small practical changes that can make the world of difference to children's attendance at school and critically better outcomes for children with SEND.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Madam Deputy Speaker. They say it takes a village to raise a child, but it takes a Labour government to give every child the best start in life. Can I warmly thank the Secretary of State for her announcement today. She may well know that in Suffolk not a penny is spent on family hubs at the moment. She talked in her statement about the game changer this will mean for children with special educational needs. She also mentioned about future provision being inclusive. Will she outline perhaps in rural areas where we have declining populations in our rural primary schools, whether there's an opportunity to use that increase in capacity to work to increase provision for SEND?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Through the announcement today, her community for the first time will benefit from funding that will allow for a Best Start family hub and the wider services that will be delivered through that. She's right to identify that whilst the falling birth rate, including in her own community, presents a challenge, it does also allow us to think about how we can use the schools estate to better deliver support for children. It is a key priority of this Labour government to deliver more specialist provision within mainstream. I've seen some brilliant examples right across the country where children are able to go to school in their local community, but with the targeted specialist support that's needed, where they can spend some of their time in a mainstream setting, but where they can also get the additional specialist support that is required. And that's why through our capital settlement at the spending review, we will deliver more support for children in her constituency and right across the country.
And to ensure everyone gets in, can questions be short and answers be just as short? Thank you so much, Minister. Joe Powell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The IFS found that Sure Start delivered benefits significantly greater than its cost, yet it was still slashed by the Tories, with well over 1,000 centres closing, one of the single biggest acts of vandalism under austerity, stunting life chances for too many for a generation. Can the Secretary of State outline how she expects this investment to work in areas like my constituency of Kensington and Bayswater, with very high levels of inequality, in fact 19 years now at birth between one community and another?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. As he says, we know from research by the Institute for Fiscal Studies that Sure Start generated widespread long-term benefits around education, around health, even reducing school absence and identifying support for children with SEND much more quickly. So we'll build on the lessons of Sure Start as we roll out Best Start family hubs, but he is also right to demonstrate the importance of tackling entrenched inequalities within communities as a part of that and ensuring that all of our children are set up to succeed.
John Slinger.
Speaker, I warmly welcome my right honourable friend's statement, which, although new and fit for the modern age, harks back to an era when, of course, there were great bands in their infancy, but there was also a Labour government investing in our young people in their infancy. And back at that time, I attended the Dads Club at the Sure Start Centre in Rugby every Saturday morning, and there were dads from all backgrounds, and we benefited from the advice and from the camaraderie that came of those meetings, and it helped us become better dads. So does my right honourable friend agree that the Best Start Family Centre system will indeed help dads and all parents to become better parents, and that will really help with life outcomes for our young people?
I agree with my honourable friend, and I'm pleased to hear about his experiences. It is important that services delivered through Best Start Family Hubs do respond to the needs of mums, dads and carers alike. And the example that he gives, I think, demonstrates the importance of listening to parents in terms of what they want to see. But through the announcement today, his local authority area will now benefit from extra investment in order to get up and running next year and then on an ongoing basis as well. And that shows, once again, the difference that a Labour government is bringing to his community.
Dr. Peter Prince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I congratulate the Secretary of State. Her measures will certainly give every child the best start in life. And Best Start is actually one of her many best ideas. But we have a crisis of basic nutrition. Children who are obese while malnourished and who have decayed teeth. Does she agree with me that Best Start will go far to address these issues?
My honourable friend, particularly given his expertise, is right to draw attention to the important links between education and health. It's why I was really proud that we announced a big expansion in free school meals to make sure that more of our children get a nutritious meal during the day. It's also why the Health Secretary is working to tackle tooth decay, one of the biggest reasons driving hospitalisations of our children. But it's also why we're taking action through this strategy around access to vaccination, health visiting support, but also making sure all of our children have a really healthy life, whereas he demonstrates some of those problems are really profound and need to be tackled.
Mayor Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the chair of the APPG for Babies, the most common refrain I hear is bring back Sure Starts. And while I commend the Right Honourable Lady for focusing on learning from the past and looking to the future, can I thank her for showing the best of the Labour Party today by starting to restore that Sure Start legacy. Many of my constituents and service providers in Ribble Valley tell me that the hardest thing about being a parent or supporting parents is a lack of consistent information or places to go to for support. So does the Minister agree with me that it's been deeply confusing over the past few years for those people living in the 65 local authorities where crucial services and family hubs have not been funded, and will the Labour government end that injustice?
Madam Deputy Speaker, through the announcement today, her local authority will now benefit from funding to make that a reality. But she's also right to say that even where services are available, it can be confusing for parents to know where to go to access high-quality, trusted advice. And that's why the digital offer that we're developing with NHS colleagues will make sure that all parents, regardless of where they are, regardless of whether they're able to travel or other family circumstances, are able to see good quality information alongside that too.
Deputy Speaker. I really welcome the fact that for the first time Central Bedfordshire is getting funding for a Best Start family hub. Will my honourable friend explain how this is going to be linked to areas of deprivation and urge the Independent Council to make sure that they look closely at the statistics that show that places such as Dunstable and Houghton Regis are the places where at the moment children do not get the best start in life?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. She's right that her local authority will now benefit from the funding that's being announced today. They'll share in a £12 million development grant, but further funding will follow alongside that. So we'll support them to get up and running, but then make sure they've got the services that they need to. But this will have a real focus on disadvantaged children whilst being available and accessible to all parents, and the guidance we issue to local authorities will reflect that.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I welcome this government's commitment to the early years, because we all know that investment in early years has a profound impact not just on the lives of children but on communities like mine in Croydon East. So does she agree with me that 1 in 3 low-income families currently not having access to a local children's centre or family hub should be a great source of shame for the members opposite? And can she outline how today's announcement will help to fix the failure of the previous government and give all of our children the best start in life?
Madam Deputy Speaker, our announcement today is about making sure that more parents and more children are able to access high-quality parenting, healthcare and education services. The investment that we're putting in, £500 million over the spending review period, will allow us to reach 500,000 more children, including in her community and in constituencies right across the country.
Speaker, as a mother of 2, I saw the decline in children's services under the last government. I saw it in real time, so I really welcome this statement, particularly the identification and intervention for SEND kids. But can the Secretary of State tell me how this announcement changes the funding in my area of Morecambe and Lunesdale for those vital children's services?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. What I'm announcing today means that local authorities who don't currently receive funding, including her own local authority, will receive funding, a share of a development grant to make sure they can get up and running from next April. And in the autumn, we'll also confirm allocations across all local authorities for the next phase. And we want to make sure that disadvantaged children and families are able to access services, and we'll make sure that local authorities have the clear direction to make that a reality.
Laura Kurtzman.
May I join others in welcoming hugely this announcement today. I'll get straight on the case with Buckinghamshire Council and urge them to prioritise Aylesbury for a Best Start family hub, given that we have the highest levels of deprivation in our county. I've been campaigning for better understanding and support for maternal mental health, and many new mums tell me that what they really need in their community is somewhere where they can go for advice and for company. Does the Secretary of State agree that this should be a real benefit to those parents who are struggling with their mental health?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted that her local authority and her community will be able to benefit from today's announcement. She's right that access to maternal health care, mental health care in particular for new mums is really important. It can be a very lonely and isolating experience, and being able to chat to other parents, being able to access support in a supportive environment is incredibly important. And what we're announcing today will support more parents like those she's just described, more mothers, to get the important access to early support, also to prevent problems from becoming more serious.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A few weeks ago, I visited Lethwich Primary School and met with a fantastic head teacher, Claire Harrison, and her team. The one thing Claire wanted to get across to me was how much the job has changed over the last decade. The dismantling of early help and prevention services has meant that teachers and head teachers are spending more time essentially being the parents of last resort rather than undertaking their core function of educating children. It shouldn't be this way, and we should be clear that dismantling Sure Start was an act of utter vandalism by the previous government. It's fantastic that Cheshire West and Chester will benefit from the new money for Best Start, building on what Sure Start did best. Does she agree with me that it's ridiculous that Cheshire West were ever put in a position where there was no money to fund these vital services?
Madam Deputy Speaker, his local authority will now benefit from this extra funding, and it will make a tremendous difference to children and families across his community. And like him, I've heard that story from so many school leaders, so many teachers and so many support staff who go above and beyond to support families often facing very real challenges around homelessness, around poverty and the difficulties that they face. We want to make their job easier, and that's why we are expanding free school meals eligibility, why we're putting in place new free breakfast clubs, why we're cutting the cost of school uniform and increasing the national minimum wage too. All measures designed to support families, but will also bring big educational benefits too.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Speaker. 12 months ago, the Prime Minister gave his final campaign speech of the campaign in Redditch, in a Sure Start centre abandoned by the last government, in an economically deprived area of my town, forgotten by the last government, in a county that didn't receive a single penny of funding for any family hubs in 14 years. Despite the chuntering from the other side, would the Secretary of State agree with me? It's actions, not words, that lead the best futures for our children.
I agree with my honourable friend, and it is this Labour government that will once again make sure that all of our children are set up to succeed. We will build on the proud legacy of Sure Start. We will take the best evidence around what works, and we will expand and enhance that for the future generations of children to come in his community and right across the country.
Final question, Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The postcode in which you are born still has a profound impact on the life that you lead, and that is no more true than in my constituency, where if you are born in Hatfield, your healthy life expectancy is 11 years shorter than if you were born 3 miles down the road in Brooklands Park. So would my right honourable friend agree with me that it is essential that the new Best Start family hubs have integrated care, giving advice on early years education but health support as well?
Deputy Speaker, that is critical, and it's why we need to bring together healthcare, education, libraries, childminders, voluntary and community groups in that endeavour to make sure that all of our children get the best start in life. And like him, I'm determined to make sure that background doesn't equal success. That is the driving mission of this Labour government, to ensure that where you're from and the family you're born into doesn't determine what you achieve, that it is your hard work, your aspiration, all that you do that drives what you can achieve.
The statement on giving every child the best start in life. I'll give the ministers a few moments to shuffle over.
Point of order.
Point of order. Kit Malthouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am a member of the local government pension scheme through my proud membership of the London Pension Fund Authority. And under the business which we're about to contemplate, along with my 6.5 million fellow members, we are uniquely affected by this legislation, and I am therefore concerned that it is a hybrid bill rather than a public bill. So I seek your guidance, please, as to whether this bill has been properly certified as a public bill, whether in fact it should be referred to the examiners to decide whether it should go through the hybrid bill process, and if not, if this House decides to proceed today, whether the House of Lords, the other place, is able itself independently to decide through its examiners whether this is in fact a hybrid bill.
I am grateful to the honourable member for his point of order and for giving notice of it. The bill was not referred to the examiners at the time of presentation, indicating that the view taken by the relevant House authorities at the time was the bill was not prima facie hybrid. The honourable member is welcome to refer to any aspect of Part 1 of the bill during proceedings on the bill today. The Chair cannot be expected to respond substantively today, but I will ensure that the honourable member receives a substantive written response this week. His final point was about proceedings in the House of Lords, which are not a matter for the Chair or indeed for this House. I ask the honourable member not to refer to that matter in his speech. The point of order, Jas Aswal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Members of this House have been visiting my constituency. The member for Newark visited on the 1st of May, and I saw the social media posts of a raid. The member for Islington North visited my constituency